Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the last and final day of the Revisiting the Hilly Flanks conference. I hope you've all had some time to digest yesterday. We're going to start right away with our first presentation, which will be by Natalia Petrova, Hodja Darabi, Anna Babenko, and Hafez Raderi, on the Neolithic pottery technology in the Iranian Zagros. So you can, there you go. Perfect.
Dear colleagues, good morning. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
Do you
hear
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to organizers for this very important conference and opportunity to make presentation here. The images of pottery has long been seen as an important technological innovation through a human life. Across West Asia, from the very beginning, it varied regionally in technology and must be studied more carefully. The majority of our knowledge about Neolithic pottery technology across Zagros has dealt with stylistic and form description of various ceramics types, while technological question, pottery paste composition, construction methods, and firing are poorly understood. It restricted yet to the examination by Frederick Metzen and Pamela van Diver and some observation of researchers of sites, especially Frank Hall. Zagros region is formed of intermountain valleys and plains of foothills at low altitudes. Frank Hall has recently pointed out local development of various types of Neolithic ceramics across the Zagros Piedmont. Dechloran, Suziane, Holelan, Mohidash, Tvars because of separating them by formidable Zagros. This study presents a comprehensive analysis of all technological stages of the Neolithic pottery across the Iranian Zagros, with a focus on the samples recovered from 3 Neolithic sites of Alikosh, Mahtaj, Guran. The first 2 sites are located on the 2 corners of the lowlands of southwest Iran, while the last lies at a small, close to intermountain valley, Halalan, in the central Zagros. Alikosh and Guran present the most common Neolithic ceramics types of lowlands and highlands, respectively. All analyzed bioceramic fragments were gathered during the works of Hodja Darabi. Fragment from Alikosh was the result of the excavation in 2017. Following Frank Hall, 31 fragments of 3 pottery types, Jafar Plain, Jafar Painted, Kazinechret, were studied. 2 vessels' base were analyzed from the Zondin at Tepe Mahtaj. Our assemblage of Tepe Guran consists of 22 post-sheds collected from the surface. According to Peter Mortensen, next ceramics types were analyzed: Jarmo style, Guran style, Sarab geometric, buff ware, and red slip ware. The following stages of pottery technology were studied: raw materials, pottery paste and methods construction, surface treatment, and firing. Archaeological samples were compared with experimental samples containing various types of organic admixture: dung of cattle, sheep and goats, fresh grass, hay and straw. The last was grinded in different ways, cut by a flint knife, pounded with a pestle and husking trays. Threshing waste couldn't be collected, but the method mainly used in the Near and Middle East and Caucasus supposed that the straw can grinding during it under the hoof of animals. Such plants were picked up on the farm. As a result, it was found that the dung in pottery paste is presented by a print of very small plant with pointed and rounded tips. In a mixture of straw, grind in different ways, has uneven, stepped ends and split along the fibers, just during cutting and fixed straight ends. Determination of construction method is carried out on the basis of studying fresh vertical and horizontal cross sections of ceramic fragments, fixing the presence of junches at the places of joints of sequential of clay building elements. Analysis of the shape and direction of the junches in the shed allows us to find out from which elements, slab, coils, bands the vessels was made. Surface treatment is understood through analysis of microtraces on the surface left by tools. The case of applying any clay coating from the same clay or clip before firing, characteristic figured rounded cracks appeared on the surface resulted from uneven shrinkage of the clay of the basis paste composition and coating. Technological analysis of Neolithic ceramics of Zagros. All studied ceramics fragments were made varying degrees of origination clay with fine natural mixture of sand and limestone in low concentration. An examination of the pottery paste of the Alikosh ceramics showed different scales of organic prints and residues. Very small prints related with wet sheep and goat dung, coarse plant residues in a dry state with straight ends, characteristic for cutting. The presence of grain husk residues is possible. Then the ceramic fragments with only dung or large plants or mixture of both components in pottery paste are presented. There is a general tendency toward decreasing the concentration of organic temper over time from 50 until 10–30%. In the composition of the Makhtach samples, mix of wet dung and coarse plant in concentration at least 50% were recorded. Regarding Guran, the application dung both in lightly wet and dry condition in different concentration is seen in all ceramic types. In addition, several samples of ceramics were studied by dung spherolite analysis. They were found in the samples from Alikosh and Tepe Guran, but not Tepe Makhtach. It may be related to the very small size of the sample available for study and mixture composition of pottery paste. Construction methods. In case of Alikosh, in most of ceramic fragments is fixed two layers elongated slabs. The slabs were glued sequentially along a horizontal secure path. In the cross section of two bases from Makhtach, two-layer elongated slabs are evident. Sequential construction is also presented in all analyzed samples from Guran. The ceramics of Jarmo style and Guran style are made from slabs. In most cases of the red slipped ware and buff ware, two-layer elongated slabs were used. In some cases of red slip and buff ware, we can assume the construction of vessels from coils. Surface treatment and decoration. Jafar plain and Jafar painted types at Alikosh, both surfaces are covered with an additional layer, most likely of the same clay as the main raw material. In some cases, over the clay, the surface of the vessels with varying degrees of fatnesses and is smoothed with a hot tool. It's interesting fragment covered by highly ferruginous clay, as evident by characteristic cracks on the surface, burnishing with a hot tool. As a result, it required a bright red color. In Kazaneh red, two subtypes of surface treatment can be distinguished. In the first case, the surface was covered by an additional clay coating and then completely covered with red pigment and smoothed with a hot tool. In the second subtype, the vessel was a layer of red slip, clay with red pigment on both surfaces. In inner surface, from one fragment on top of the red slip, an additional clay coating from the same clip, clay was applied. Also, it exists the case when plum paint was applied to the outer surface of the fragment covered previously with red slip. At Tepe Guran, Jarmo and Guran style, Sarab geometric and buff ware are covered with the same clay before firing. The buff ware was also burnished. Red slip ware also can be split into subtypes. In most available for us cases, both surfaces of the red slipped ware are covered with a red or plum or brown slip before firing. Slipped surface is usually slightly or highly burnished. But in one case, the surface of red slipware was covered by the same clay and then fully covered by paint. In one case, brown paint was applied to the clay coating on the outer surface and red paint in the inner surface. In another case, brown paint covered a layer of red slip applied to the outer surface of the vessel. At Licoche vessels, all Licoche vessels were fired using expeditive firing. 2 fragments of Kazaneh pottery have been fully calcined. In other cases, and mostly for Jafar paint, it may suggest longer stay in the firing device. For Jafar paint, plain, in the half of the cases, the vessels didn't cool down in the firing device and was abruptly removed after a short exposure to heat temperatures, which were about 650 degrees. All the Gourand samples were fired in an exotic environment at a temperature not lower than 750 degrees with a long exposure. Neolithic pottery technology in Zagros. It's necessary to confirm Pamela van Diver's assumption about connection pottery technology with building technologies. In stage of raw materials choice, clay vessels and bindle wands on the Ganj Dareh were made of clay with a large mineral admixture. Following ceramics demonstrates a careful selection of raw materials with mineral admixture in a significant concentration and small size. First clay vessels and walls of building of Ganj Dareh settlements contain a plain admixture. The presence of dung in the pottery pest was reported from some sites such as Jarmo, Girta Leagat, El Elhan, Shimshara, and Guram. The organic temper from the very beginning has a different and multi-component composition. Dung and crushed coarse plant inclusions, both separately and in combination. It can be assumed that the tradition of adding sheep and goat dung to the pottery pest was spread during the 7th millennium BC. Full understanding of crushed coarse plant inclusions is it was threshing waste, chaff, cutting, or some other types of straw crushing requires further consideration. Suggestion about connection with threshing could be reinforced with finding of husk prints, but such cases is very rare in archaeological ceramics. Mainly coarse plants presented by the stems. The technological characteristic of Gourand ceramics showed the dominance of tradition of adding dung. It should be noted that according to data of experiments, the composition of the pottery pest from the slightly sandy clay and dung is very effective when drying and firing in uncontrolled condition with sharp temperature changes in bonfires and huts. Slabs was fixed in the earlier clay containers from Ganj Dareh and in storage bins from Alikosh ceramic layers. As I'm noted in the Zagros region, in number sites such as Saraba, Chagosefit, Sabs, Chagomish, and Haji Firuz. In our assemblage, 2 layer slabs in Alikosh, Guran, and Mahtach were fixed. In connection with the use of slab construction, the question of using of mold arises. On the one hand, it's a obvious connection of pottery technology with adobe building technologies, where walls were built from lumps of different variant, which is also interesting to study in connection with the origin of different methods of pottery construction. It's interesting, for example, that in Ganj Dareh it fixed storage containers, which had one wall with the building. This assumes free modeling of vessels without any mold. On the other hand, some of the vessels made with slab construction are small and thin-walled, which is difficult to do without using a mold. It knows that sticking clay slabs onto a mold is still being used by women potters in Bandar, Iranian Kurdistan. According to archaeological materials, the use of the mold was supposed for the vessel consisting of 2 matching parts from Ganj Dareh. Then prints of weaving, which possibly stayed from line, covered the mold to separate the future vessels, were found on the ceramics under a layer of coating in late Neolithic on Haji Firuz and Chogamish settlement. But on all the rest Neolithic ceramics didn't find traces on the mold. However, the prints could be hidden by clay coating. At Gourand, some samples of buff and red slipped ware produced using coil construction. However, it's difficult to conclude whether this method was used from the beginning of ceramics levels of the site or it was a later broad tradition. The use of coils also recorded from the sites of Haji Firuz and Ali Aha. The surface of the ceramics from our three sites share a feature, the presence of additional clay coating from the same clay or slip. This is also reminiscent of an earlier building technique when the walls of the houses were covered with additional clay coating. But possible, it served for the purpose of close the surface of a vessel with a large number of organic admixture, including dung. Stamped and carved ornament, as seen on the earliest clay vessels of Ganjdareh and Guran, was replaced by the paint decoration with the use of pigments such as red ochre and hematite, which used for making geometric designs or completely covered the surface. As it mentioned above, at Alikosh and Guran, there were cases when pigment was applied over a surface previously coated with red slip. This fact suggests an attitude of the earlier potters, the slip as a way of covering but not decorating of the surface. Our analysis showed various methods of achieving a red surface of Kozenechret and red sliped ware, which can be divided chronologically. Firstly, a full coloring of the surface on the coating of the same clay was common. Secondly, it seems the red sliped surface appeared when the clay coating was mixed with red pigment. It's believed that the earliest vessels that found in Ganjdareh were not deliberately fired but baked because of the very large conflagration. All studied by us fragments were fired using oxidative firing. The vessels from Alikosh show the existence of various heat depend on ceramics types. Tepe-Guran ceramics show an increasing of firing duration. According to many researchers, dung was the most common field in Western Asia and Caucasus since early Neolithic till nowadays ethnography. According to Wendy Messius, also oak trees were more often burnt in the highlands. Hans Helbeck proposed that in the Chloran plain, grasses and reeds were used for this purpose. Our knowledge about firing devices remains at a level of assumption, bonfires, huts, or ovens possible. But the pottery kilns, a two-stage pottery kiln, were found in northern Mesopotamia in the end of the 7th millennium, allows us to assume the existence of the simple devices at an earlier time in the Zagros Piedmont. Concluding remarks. Ceramic technology demonstrates an obvious connection with building technologies in different stages. Generally, about Neolithic pottery technology, it could say that for a long time it used a pottery paste from a mixture of slightly sandy clay and organics. In case of dung, this recipe is well suited for a low temperature firing and with an uncontrolled temperature regime. In stage of construction method is supposed both free construction of vessels connected with the building technologies and making vessels on mold, suggesting another experience, possibly coating pits with clay. It isn't clear the origin of coil construction methods. Maybe it's one of the variant of development of building techniques or elaborated slabs in ceramics. But to understand this, it's necessary to study more material with connecting of building technologies. Also, comparison of highlands and lowlands pottery technology. It could be noted both similarity and difference of it. But presence of two very interesting ceramics fragments from Alikosh and Tepe-Guran with pigment is applied over a surface previously coated with red slip could firstly synchronize the upper layer of the Alikosh settlement and corresponding layer of Tepe-Guran if the ceramics came from stratified excavations. Also, the existence of this unusual treatment and another similarity to slabs construction, clay coating, two similar variants of Kozenechret and red slip ware may indicate cultural interactions between highlands and lowlands. Also, such natural barriers like formidable Kaberkuch could have affected the pace and rate of the interactions, but the role played by the transhuman people who were tracking a vertical movement and existing of natural ways and rivers valleys should not be overlooked. So placing pottery technology analysis within a wider region across the Fertile Crescent will provide us to better understanding of the late Neolithic time. Thank you very much for your attention and sorry for long.
Thank you very much, Dr. Petrova. It's very, very interesting discussion there of the origins of the earliest ceramics in the Zagros. We have about 2 minutes for maybe some questions and answers, and I think Judith has already posted something in the chat. Judith, do you want to ask your question directly?
Yes, thank you so much, Natalia, for your great work. It's really interesting indeed. Just a short question. Maybe you had not worked out of this in detail, but do you have maybe evidence of trial and error, events, mismanufacture or misfirings, or I don't know, so like learning by doing, or the very early beginning of pottery manufacture, for example, like during a period when potters have still to learn this?
Sorry, I don't understand. Could you repeat, please?
Sorry. Hello, Natalia. Can I reply? I got Judy's question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Judy. So this is very nice question, but our assemblage that we have from Guran is just from the surface, and we don't have enough, of course, based on this is not from the excavator layer. From Ali Kush, as you know, well, I think that at Ali Kush we have a sort of very developed emergence of pottery. So we don't have, I think that the very initial time of pottery emergence at Ali Kush. And Mahtaj, the upper level at Mahtaj were completely destroyed, and so we didn't find any pottery in place. So we had just a few fragments. We're not sure about their archaeological context, but this was just a technological analysis that needs to be done actually based on the further evidence in the future by Natalia and others.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it was really interesting. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Or then maybe we should look at the earlier sites that then some site like Ganjara, where we see clay vessels and the very initial a step toward making clay vessel, and then in the later period pottery emergence.
Okay, thank you very much. Hassan, can you post your question in the chat? We just want to
partly understand that Mahtaj is a pre-pottery ceramic, so we don't have pottery ceramic, pottery Neolithic cultural layer. Is that right?
Yes, it is right. But as I mentioned earlier, so we have only a few fragments which are not from in situ layer, but they are technotypologically based on the comparison. They are surely Neolithic.
But the beginning of pottery Neolithic in Iran is around 7,000 BC. So some centers from southern Zagros to Ali Kush, and there should be the first places for introduction of ceramic. So what is your idea, Natalia? Do you have any idea about the beginning of ceramic production rather than from Ganj Dareh?
Yes, I think so. It must be the links between the Ganj Dareh and another earlier Neolithic sites, but we have missed stages, and it's necessary to find them. Because in Ganj Dareh, as I understand, it's exists one layer slab construction, but all another started by me. Sites, it was 2 layer slab construction and then coils. So it's we have some mixed stages, missing stages. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next speaker. This talk will be by Mohammed Bahrami, Neolithic potteries of of Khurramabad, reflection of subsistence based on herding and nomadism during the Neolithic period in West and Southwestern Iran. And this is a recorded presentation.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference and the University of Copenhagen. This article is entitled Neolithic Pottery of Khurramabad, Reflection of Subsistence Based on Herding as Nomadism During the Neolithic Period in West and Southwestern Iran, has reconstructed the subsistence strategy of Neolithic people in Dehluran Plain and Khurramabad Valley. The reconstruction of the subsistence strategy is based on the following. First, investigating pottery findings of 3 Neolithic sites in Lorestan uplands, subsequently comparing them with the pottery evidence of the Muhammad Ja'far phase in the Ali Kosh Hill, then employing supplementary information about the paths of contemporary nomadic societies. Previous research have represented that goat domestication might have occurred in the Zagros Mountains in the last 9 and early 8th millennium before Christ. Probably before goat had become domestication, inhabitants of the Zagros Mountains were always moving between cold mountains and warm lowland plains due to seasonal change, gathering activities, and hunting activities. Thus, goat domestication in the 9th and 8th millennium made human societies became herders. The herder communities had adopted nomadic life because they used the fresh pasture, utilized wild food sources, and circumvented the harsh weather conditions. It is worth mentioning the best condition of the nomadism life strategy in this region was provided by locating the high mountains and lowland plains adjacent together. This map has taken from the paper entitled Herded and Hunted Goat Genomes from the Dawn of Domestication in the Zagros Mountains, which has published recently. The map represents the Neolithic sites in Zagros Heights and lowland plains. We should recognize more evidence of communication between the high mountains and foothills, also the simultaneous sites. Although identifying the Neolithic settlements in the lowland and flat plains sound difficult due to excessive sediment. As this picture represents, Ruahul, Karguna and Chalab sites located near Khurramabad city and Ali Kosh Hill in the Dehluran Plain. This picture also indicates a number of the modern nomadic routes, which implies that the nomadic societies are commuting through crossing valleys and rivers annually. In the cold season, northern parts of Suziana Plain, such as the Dehluran Plain, are habituated by the tribes of the Lurs, and their herds annually utilize the pasture of the Suziana Plain. These stone tools are belong Ruahul, Kargona and Chalab sites that consist of bullet cores, blades, platelets, and flakes. Presence of a number of sickle blades among the stone tools, suggesting that cereals might have been harvested by the inhabitants. Evidence of a stone mortar along with sickle blades in both surfaces of Ruahol and Kargona sites indicate that they had been used to prepare seeds of cereals. This figure shows samples of the finding potteries from Alikoshio. These samples were discovered in the revision excavation in 2017 by Hojat pottery. In this figure, represent three types by the names of the painted Jaffa, simple Jaffa, and red Khazine pottery, which Frankel have introduced in the Muhammad Jafar phase pottery description. Numbers 1 and 2 are the painted Jafar potteries. Numbers 3 and 4 are the red Khazine potteries. And numbers 5 and 6 are the simple Jafar potteries. These potteries belong to Ruahol Hill in the south of the Khurramabad Valley. This collection consists of three types of pottery introduced in the previous slide. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the painted Jafar potteries. Number 4 is the red Khazine pottery, and number 5 and 6 are the simple Jafar potteries. This picture shows potteries that belong to Kargona Hill in the west of Khurramabad. There are also the three types of pottery of the Alikosh Hill. Number 1 is the painted Jafar pottery. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are the red Khazine pottery, and number 5 is the simple Jafar pottery. By looking at the potteries of Ruahol Hill in Khurramabad Valley, Kargona, and Chalab on the southern slopes of Sakitkum Mountain in the west of Khurramabad, we find out their resemblance with Muhammad Jafar species. Utensil shape, construction technique, surface covering, and decorating colors demonstrate high similarities with the Neolithic potteries of the Dehluran lowlands and northern Suziana, which are known as Muhammad Jafar phase potteries. There are many resemblances between Muhammad Jafar potteries of Dehluran and Ruahol potteries of Khurramabad. Based on this fact, I think that both might belong to a single nomadic community which spent the fall and winter in Dehluran, as well as spring and summer in uplands of Loristan. As mentioned first, the goat had become domesticated in the last 9th millennium before Christ in the Zagros Mountains, and then the Neolithic societies became herders. Herders were changing their settlements annually due to accessing fresh pasture, also circumventing the cold mountains and warm plains. The nomadic lifestyle among contemporary peoples is considered the continuation of the nomadic strategy in the Neolithic period to discover more aspects of the people lives in the Neolithic period in Lorestan. We need to excavate these sites. We hope will be happen soon. Based on the latest dating, the settlements of Muhammad Ja'far Faith in Ali Koshil is associated with about 7,000 to 6,500 before Christ, which probably corresponds to the date of the settlements in the Rahul, Karguna and Chala hills. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, sorry about the sound there, everyone. That's unfortunately that was the level of the volume of the recorded presentation. We don't think that Dr. Bahrami is here with us, as far as we can see. So if you have any questions or comments to his presentation, we can make his email available to you. So, well, that's actually a little bit ahead of time, but that's good because the next talk is by Professor Kozlowski, which we're scheduling here instead of Mino Salimi's talk. And that presentation, unfortunately, is a little bit longer than our usual time slot. So at least we'll be on schedule again later on. Professor Kozlowski cannot be with us today, as far as we know, because he had some surgery yesterday. So we think he might still be in hospital today. So we're going to play that now.
Good afternoon to everybody. Greetings to Peter, Frank, Trevor, Mehmet, and Yoshihiro. All the best to professors, doctors, students, the lovers of pottery and enthusiasts of chipped industry. I would like to tell you some words on this, what we are calling Neolithic. What does it mean? I don't know. Chipped industry of the Hilly Flanks. In fact, I will move not only to the Hilly Flanks, but prolong my talk to the south, to the lower Mesopotamia, and even to Kuwait. This is where the Hilly Flanks are reaching now. Here you have a cover of my book published 20 years ago, where I tried to show, to present, to describe all these so-called Neolithic industries of eastern wing of the Fertile Crescent, which means Eastern Jazeera and Old Zagros. Now, I will tell you or show you some new elements which we can add to this picture. So after 20 years of excavations, of walls, of difficulties, of crisis, we are able nevertheless to complete, to add some news to this old picture. First of all, I will show you some presentation of what we are calling the Eastern Week of Fertile Crescent. Here you have these lines starting from the Jazeera and ending in Iran. This is the presentation, what we know now about what is called early Neolithic of Zagros and Jazeera, which means the picture is enlarged. To the west, we are coming to the southeastern Turkey, almost touching Göbekli. What our industries are present, well, in low percentages, but in the Göbekli itself, but they are not, of course, typical for Göbekli. And in the east, the phenomenon we are presenting now is reaching the Kerman province, which is eastern Iran. Altogether, from the west, maximum west in southeastern Turkey, to the maximum east, this, what we are calling Zagros Mesopotamian Neolithic province or tradition, that it is reaching almost 2,000 kilometers from the west to the east. This is the first thing. The second thing is that, as you can see, this distribution of this province is like a sausage, starting from Middle Euphrates and ending in Iran, but not reaching, on at least on this map, the Mesopotamian plain. Nevertheless, you must imagine that at the end of this lecture, I will show you that this sausage is depending only on geology of the region and not of the real presence of or absence of this lithic technology or lithic tradition in the region. We will move now much to one of these industries, this which is shown on the right, east of Jazeera. It means along Zagros, which we are calling Mlefatian, name coming from the site of Mlefat, excavated previously by Braidwood. Then I continued this site, and this is a very typical feature of this lithic tradition, which is characterized firstly by the quite new, introduced only in the early Holocene technology, which is a pressure technology of the conical cores. And this technology is giving extremely regular bladelets and blades. You can see them on this drawing. Then a big selection of backed points or microliths, and in the late phase, some geometrics of the trapezoidal shape. Doesn't matter, all these things which are downstairs on display, they are not very typical. They are occurring everywhere in all industries of Middle East. So this is a part, the most characteristic feature of this Zagros Mesopotamian Neolithic tradition, which could be subdivided, as you can see on the map. On the left, in the west, you have another smaller territory, which is a distribution of what we are calling Nemrikian industry, which is a brother or at least cousin of this Mlefatian tradition, differing from the Mlefatian by the presence of these rhomboidal points, which we are calling Nemrik points, but containing also most of the features of Mlefatian mold. What we can tell about the new discoveries? First, the map is showing the actual situation, which is completed after many investigations, surveys, excavations, soundings, conducted by different colleagues. In the West, in Turkey, it will be Professor Bahattin Çelik, just searching around Diyarbakir and Sanli Urfa, and he discovered several surface sites of its Nemrikian material, very typical, together with these T-shaped huge stone pillars known from Göbekli. The Göbekli itself is not Nemrikian, but has several Nemrik points in their assemblages, which could mean that some pilgrims from the east came to this sanctuary of Göbekli and they left, of course, some material typical for themselves. Now, when we will continue these new discoveries, we must move to the east. It means not only Japanese excavations in Western Iran, Yoshihiro and his colleagues, but also several small collections found in central and easternmost Iran, also in the mountain environment, and they have also these Melefathian features. So, finishing, well, summing up all this, we have Bahatin Selik in Anatolia, we have Frank Hall on the Balik River with a small assemblage of Nemrikian. We have Nishiaki and his team in Iran. We have new excavations by British and American colleagues. So we are at least enlarging the distribution of the tradition on the map. But the sources still exist, measuring from the west to the east 2,000 kilometers and not very deep, in fact, into the Mesopotamian plain. Why? Well, this is the simple thing. This is geology. So, nevertheless, we had a chance. We, as a Middle East archaeologists, because not we as me or my colleagues, of personally I had a chance, because I reached Piotr Bielinski excavation in Bahra in Kuwait, and I found, or we found, the typical Nemrikian industry in the Middle Ubaid environment, context, you can see. And this is very surprising, and this Melefathian, which were together with beautiful Ubaid pottery, was of the old, so-called old fashion, not a new one. What does it mean old? What does it mean new? I will explain you. After finding this Bahra, after the recent finds of Professor Carter, just in the site H3, which is also Ubaid and has some Melefathian elements. I showed a small collection in National Museum in Kuwait. Sorry, I couldn't ask my colleague for a permission. I'm greeting him that he didn't kill me. We moved to explain why on the one side you have on the sea beach in the Persian Gulf, these two sides of Ubaid with so-called Neolithic Melefathian, we have the same elements on the other side of the Gulf, and nothing between. No, it's not nothing. If you go to the old publication, Woolley published a beautiful core of the Melefathian type in his publication of Tel Ubaid. Also in Eridu, we know from Eridu few such an examples. This means that a mode of keeping flints on the Mesopotamo-Zagrosian mode were known also in lower Mesopotamia. What means that perhaps between these foothills of Zagros and the Arabian desert, which is occupied by this Mesopotamian plain, there existed something before which is now unknown because it's covered. Of course, it is covered, and everybody knows about this situation, but nobody tries to reach to find the small finds, the small excavated sites which we know from the region. But before going to these underground sites of Lower Mesopotamia, the differentiation. Here you have a small plate. This plate shows the differentiation of all known kinds of industry or lithic industries of the region. Concerning first two are Nemrikian, and the next 6 are Melefatia. We observe the differentiation starting from Nemrik. This number 2 is East Nemrikian, has some back points, but West Nemrikian, which is known from Turkey, hasn't. It means that there is a interaction sphere between Melefatian and Nemrikian. We find in Nemrik itself there's some back points which are of the Melefatian tradition, and inversely in Shimshara, Peter Mortensen found one Nemrik point, which means they are the contacts, the people reaching another village, well, in the business trip or something like this, or perhaps visiting a girl, and he's lost in his arrowhead just in the Zagros. This is the first thing. So there is from 1 to 5 a regionalization of the oldest province. Concerning West Nemrikian, this is most in Turkey, East Nemrikian, which is in Iraqi Jazeera, perhaps also Syrian Jazeera, this is not sure. And in this early, and then from 3 to 8, we have Mlefatian in 2 phases, early, which is Aceramic, early Classic, and early East, and the late 4 different elements. This distinguishes the local groups, I say, of this industry. Well, this is obviously normal that there is a differentiation on the level of 2,000 kilometers across the land. So, yes, we are moving to the next. This is the most crucial drawing I wanted to show you. On the left, you have Bahra in Kuwait. This is our Polish side, which early Mlefatian, which in fact is Ubaid Mlefatian, which means it's not early, but of course very late, and several sites up to Nemrik, which is on the very high terrace of Tigris, and below this terrace you have Tulay, Chogasepit, Rihan, Ali Kosh, Tamerkan, etc. And entering more to this plain, we can find Ubaid as a site which gave to Woolley this call. We can find Sawan, which is a early middle pottery tell, which is also buried 2.5 meters below. I say its base is 2.5 meters below the level of the plain. And then the last, it's sensation, Whaley site excavated by Jacques Huot. And this is excavated, this is by multi-layer site. Upper layers are laid to bite, but look, and this is perhaps the most fascinating. This is Whaley industry from middle or lower layers. And this is a pure Mlefatian in the lower Mesopotamia on Tigris River, which is totally taken from Hilly Flanks, from Mlefatian Hilly Flanks, and put into the lower Mesopotamia. What does it mean? Look, conical core with pressure technology, the small cores of the same technology, very regular bladelets, very regular blades. Then you have a very typical for our Mesopotamian Zagros province breaking of the blades and bladeless. It means sectioning, and then finally you have this perforator. Everything is typical for Mlefatian. If you find a real Mlefatian site in Zagros, in Dehluran, elsewhere in easternmost Jazeera in Iraq, you will find all these specimens inside. So we can now arrive to the last sentences, to the last conclusions. It is not important to describe once more these industries. We know that nowadays we have two variants of the early Neolithic industries. One in the east, it's Mlefatian, and subdivided into smaller units, but everything is very close each to another. In the west, we have Nemrikian, which is also extremely close to Mlefatian, except of these rhomboid points. They are starting probably from Zarzian. I try to describe this origins from Zarzian. It starts and then exists a very long time. It means we have the proofs that this kind of technology, tradition, reached more or less middle Ubaid period. The only change, because across such a long time, you can imagine very long lasting of the phenomenon. We can subdivide all these development from according to presence or absence of pottery, and which pottery comes these trapezoidal points, which are replacing the back points. This is the only real change of this industry along all this very early Proto-Hassuna, Zagros ceramics, Dehluran, the earliest ceramics, Mushki, and all styles of ceramics following up to the first half of Ubaid, which means, if I am right, because of course most of the territory of Mesopotamia has no material before the ceramic Neolithic. It's by chance we found this Sawan, and by very big chance, Tixier and Inizan published this material from Whaley, showing the presence of Hilly Flanks elements in the downstairs in the lower Mesopotamia. So the model I try to imagine for this region, starting from eastern Jazeera in Iraq and southeastern Anatolia, along Zagros up to Kerman province, and going down from this hill flanks to the plain, covering probably we have only 2 or 3 points on this plain, covering the whole plain and stopping on the border of desert, where appear this so-called Arabian Neolithic with these beautiful arrowheads, and this is the main border. These arrowheads are known from Kuwait, from British side, from Polish side. They are even coming to the lower Mesopotamia as a proof of a contacts exchange. Doesn't matter what does it mean, and they are of course of the Ubaid period, which is of course not Neolithic. I say so-called Neolithic, and this means that a long-lasting technological and topological tradition from the beginning of Holocene up till the mid of Ubaid, with the one change about 7,000 calibrated BC, where when the backed points are replaced by geometrics, and along all this tradition, the different styles of pottery regionally differentiated, but temporary also, changing styles, but not changing the flint. My last two words will be to change. You cannot change this perforator you see, or these bladelets. These are extremely hard regulars ranging in such a type of material like a stone. Another thing that you can change your pottery, your clay pottery, with all imagination you have. So in fact, the local duration from Epipaleolithic, means Zarsian, till the mid of Ubaid time, with some gaps on the plane which are not filled by the material, but I'm almost sure that somebody will find such a site of Rihan in Haditha region was not visible on the surface, but Italians were so lucky that they found it, and they found a small cabana or small shelter with a few Blefatian things, no ceramic. But this was covered like way by the later sediments. So this was what everything we can say you after 20 years. I published my book. They are first. We are approaching to the truth that at least a part of Mesopotamian plate was occupied by the holders of this tradition. This is the first thing. The second thing is this tradition of the Melephatian type lasted at least in the lower Mesopotamia and Kuwait up till the mid-Ubaid period. The same technology lasted in upper Mesopotamia, in Sawan, up till the Samara pottery phase. So this is very possible that all Mesopotamia before a great change of technology which came in the late Ubaid period, and it's totally different. There is not a time of speaking about. Zagroso Mesopotamia, Melephatian, Nemrician tradition, which is accompanied by changing in space and in time pottery styles. Thank you.
Okay, that was a lot of information for all of us who are interested in stone tools and lithics. A lot to digest there. As I said, Professor Kozlowski cannot be with us this morning. So we'll move on straight to the next talk, which will be by Joe Rowe. And Joe will be talking about computational models of chronology and regional settlement in the Epipaleolithic Neolithic Zagros.
Okay, thanks, Tobias. Can you hear me okay?
Are you fine? Yeah.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, so I will be presenting some of the quantitative computational work we've done as part of the Tracking Cultural and Ecological Change project. If you think back to, if you can remember as far back as Hojat's talk introducing the project at the beginning, one of the aims we had, as well as investigating particular sites, was to kind of put those sites into the regional context and sort of see if we can target our investigations to improving what we know about the wider Zagros region in the Epipaleolithic Neolithic period. So to that end, what I'm talking about today is based on a data set of primarily site locations and radiocarbon dates that I've compiled for the region. And today I want to just run through in quite a summary way some of the analyses that I think that data set will be useful for. So I'll start by introducing the data set itself, and then I'm going to, like I say, run through results in three main areas. So first, chronology, including an aside on Bayesian modeling at Ganjdari, then looking at demography using the summed probability method, and finally a little bit on some ideas for taking this further with an analysis of settlement patterns integrating the two data sets. So I'll begin with introducing the data set itself. So the first part is an attempt to form a comprehensive site database. So that includes all known sites in the Zagros region, sort of loosely defined to avoid edge effects around the core Zagros region. Similarly, the period I've targeted is around 20,000 to 6,000, but I've been quite flexible in including things on the edges, just so you don't get sharp boundaries at either side. So far, the database includes 816 sites. As you can probably see, there is a kind of center of gravity around the central Zagros, especially around the Kermanshah plain. I think that's a combination of the research history actually having a bit of a bias towards that area. There are several well-published surveys there, but also probably my search started there, so there's a bias there as well. In terms of the overall distribution, I think what's probably evident from this map is that we have these clumps that are very much formed by the bias of research history. So I think at this point, it would be difficult to draw conclusions about site distributions, at least at this scale, because so many of these gaps are obviously just for lack of looking rather than lack of sites. So this is complemented with a radiocarbon data set, again, looking for dates that fall within the Epipaleolithic, Neolithic, plus minus a big margin region. It includes just over 1,000 dates, so a decent sample for doing things like some probability analysis, although these represent 109 sites, which I think is a good number, even though it's only 13% of the sites in the site database. We have to remember that includes a big chunk of sites that are literally just known from surface surveys. And I've compiled the data set from a couple of existing databases, which gave me a good start, plus a literature survey. I can't guarantee it's completely up to date, but I've tried my best to flesh it out. And I just want to highlight, so most recently, this NERD database is a constantly updated compilation of radiocarbon dates from the Near East, maintained by Alessio Parmesano. So it's a parallel data set, but I've recently tried to make sure that the two ones are in sync. So before going further, I should also acknowledge some major caveats to this database. So I was only able to collect data that was accessible to me, and that means data that's published, primarily data that's either published in English or cited from English literature. So unfortunately, that does not include many sites, which I know are probably contained within internal databases in Iran and probably Iraq. Also, I was limited by the reporting of data. So unfortunately, quite a large amount of sites are reported without exact location information. So they tend to drop off. Similarly, dates are often reported without the full set of information that you would need to actually analyze them in this way. And almost all sites, or almost all radiocarbon dates I've come across have not been published with data on the internal stratigraphy that would allow you to sort of separate different phases at the site. So those are the caveats to bear in mind in what follows. Just as an interesting aside, because this was mentioned earlier in the conference, or several people have mentioned this idea that the Eastern Fertile Crescent lags behind other regions. I thought it'd be interesting to test that by looking at the accumulation of known sites and published radiocarbon dates by their earliest date of publication. And I think what's interesting here is that actually, going by the quantitative data, that idea that the Eastern Fertile Crescent has been in some period of stasis doesn't actually seem to be borne out. I mean, there are jumps corresponding to when large surveys were published, but generally there's been a fairly continuous growth in publications of sites and dates since the late 60s, with no major gaps as far as I can see. And we can also use the NERD database to compare this to different regions. And again, I think we can actually see that the Eastern Fertile Crescent is doing quite well compared to regions of comparable size. The real outlier here is the Southern Levant, where we've seen an explosion of publication of high resolution radiocarbon dating programs in the last 10 years or so. But other than that, we're all sort of talking about similar figures. So the first and probably most obvious thing to use this data set to look at is chronology, and specifically I wanted to compare, as far as possible, the absolute chronology from the radiocarbon dates to whatever relative chronological information was available. So when recording the sites, I collected wherever I could the published conclusions of the sort of relative chronology of the site, which period it belongs to, and because obviously people use a number of different terminologies for this, I tried to standardize this into a scheme using sort of coarse periods for the early and late phase, which is not the main focus of this database, but then breaking down the Neolithic, especially according to Hojat's scheme, as just as something that's nice and consistent. And here it's important to note that here I'm basing these codings entirely on what is reported in the literature based on the excavator's conclusions from the artifacts. I haven't used the radiocarbon dates in this coding in order to keep the two streams of data independent. So obviously not all sites have this kind of information, and not all sites have dates, but we do have a relatively nice sample in terms of sites spread evenly across the core phases of the Neolithic and Chalcolithic. Epipaleolithic is unfortunately quite a bit lower than I would hope. Similarly for dates, we really don't have many dates for the Epipal, but we do have a decent amount for the Neolithic in the middle. So if we just look at how these fall when they're calibrated by period, unfortunately, if you sort of are not very selective and include all the available relative chronology data, doesn't work very well. Doesn't really seem to be possible to pick out individual subphases within the Neolithic, although at least the Epipal, the Neolithic, and the Chalcolithic are quite well defined. The situation is somewhat improved if you take only the most secure dates, so sort of excluding when excavators express uncertainty about their conclusions. And there, although a couple of periods then drop off, for the ones that remain, we can maybe start to extract some rough dates. So I'm going to conclude here that maybe the transitional Neolithic is quite long, at least longer than I expected, and there doesn't seem to be, at this point, much basis for distinguishing these two later phases of the Neolithic. But what I would mainly conclude from this is that there's quite a bit more work to be done in refining the absolute chronologies in relation to the relative chronologies, both on a regional scale and also within different sites. And this brings me to my sort of aside. I think the obvious method for doing this would be Bayesian phase modeling, which is, I hope, familiar to most people. It's become quite a standard method in the Western Fertile Crescent. In Europe, unfortunately, it hasn't been applied so often to the Eastern Fertile Crescent, as far as I'm aware. Although we do definitely have some sites with enough radiocarbon dates to start to work on that. So using Ganj Dareh as a case study, just to illustrate the kind of things I'm talking about, this is drawn from an earlier talk, if you want to have a look at that. We now have lots of dates for Ganj Dareh, almost 100 if you combine the previously published dates with ones obtained by the TCEC project, and applying some Bayesian modeling to that, we can immediately start to refine, to start to narrow down the occupation of the site, for example, suggesting it's actually quite a bit longer than previously thought, and the internal phase model also begins to tell us things like, okay, there's actually a split in the sequence with an early phase on the mound and a short sequence off the mound. But moving quickly on to another classic thing to do with this kind of big radiocarbon data set is summed probability distributions. So this is where you add up all the radiocarbon dates, hoping that it carries some signal of population size, or at least, if you don't want to be so strong in your assumptions, some signal of the activity of or archaeological visibility of activity within the broader region. So if we look at the summed probability distribution for the entire region, again, a decent sample size for this kind of thing. We do see some hints of some interesting patterns, a sort of boom and bust cycle at the beginning of the Neolithic, followed by a recovery at the beginning of the later Neolithic, and then what seems to be a fairly consistent exponential growth from there, with maybe some dips along the way. And this fits quite well to a recently published regional study using the same method, again by Alessio Palmisano and colleagues. So if we look at the Iran region in their study, we see the same patterns, boom, boom in the pre-Pottery Neolithic, and these do contrast interestingly to other regions like Mesopotamia and the Levant. Unfortunately, for those familiar with those methods, you might know that the key to interpreting these is to compare them to what you would expect to happen just randomly, using a null model. And unlike Alessio, I have not been able to find a null model that really says that these patterns are particularly significant. I've tried two, so an exponential would match continuous population growth throughout the period. Logistic, which is what Alessio used, is more based on the assumption that you have a certain population in the Pleistocene, and then there's a demographic transition leading to a higher population that then plateaus in the Holocene. Neither produce particularly significant results, suggesting, I don't know, maybe there's some sub-regional differentiation going on, or simply that there just isn't enough dates yet, or nothing significant happened. You never know. And one final analysis before I go too far over time. I think I presented two kind of fairly standard ways of looking at this kind of data set. What I'd be interested in doing in future, and I very much welcome people's thoughts on this, is taking that a bit further, looking in more detail at how the region was actually settled. So again, looking at Ganj Dareh as a case study, if we look at sites that are either contemporary to Ganj Dareh, so these include Jani, Sabs, Palagawa, which we heard about earlier in the conference, and also sites that are nearby, so either within the same same basin or in adjacent basins, we see, I think, an interesting relationship where sites are either contemporaneous or they're close by. We don't seem to find sites that are both close to Ganjari and occupied at the same time, which to me might suggest some evidence for something like Pelle Mortensen's model from the end of his Tepe Goran volume, where you have this idea that in the Epipaleolithic we'll have more sites close together and contemporaneous because people are doing a highly mobile radiating settlement strategy, or listening to Frank Hall's talk earlier, we might modify that to being a line, but the principle should be the same. And then maybe what we're seeing with sites like Ganjari is the appearance of a more hierarchical settlement structure where the presence of a big settlement like Ganjari sort of inhibits the formation of similar contemporaneous ones too close by. But that's something I'd like to investigate further. Still haven't quite figured out the best way to model that, and certainly welcome any suggestions. And to quickly conclude, this is a work in progress, of course, as always, but I have been publishing the data and the analysis as it goes along regularly in this GitHub repository. So anybody is welcome to use to either correct the data if you want, or to use it yourself. You can find it here. Just download it from this analysis folder. And finally, I would just like to say, since we're nearing the end, thank you to everybody who's talked so far. I kind of really wish that I could completely redo this talk to reflect all the interesting things I've heard, but unfortunately I can't. So I'll just settle for hearing any suggestions or pointers that anybody can offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Also sticking to the time limits, but we do have a few minutes for questions or comments before we go into the break. So I'll invite anybody who wants to say something to raise their hand. Yes, Roger.
Thanks very much, Joe. Really wonderful work. And I'm sure you're right. There are so many factors at play there in shaping how we interpret these models, and certainly we need a lot more dates. I wanted to also make a comment about Stefan Kozlowski's paper, which perhaps is related really, which is, it was really interesting to see his connection in the lithics, the Melefatian tradition, all the way down to South Mesopotamia and the early Ubaid levels at Whaley with those tools he showed. And it reminds us that there is actually there are entire buried landscapes under that alluvium. And Mark Al-Tawil's coring in that region also is showing extremely early evidence for human occupation there. And we know from sites, as Stefan mentioned, like Rihan 3, the Ubaid sites that are just totally buried under meters of alluvium, like Ras El Amir that David Stronach excavated, that there's so much out there that we know almost nothing about. It's under the alluvium, and we really need to factor that in. There clearly is an early Neolithic of the Mesopotamian alluvium about which we know pretty much nothing. And it was just fascinating to see those lithic sort of hints of it or echoes of it that Stefan presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. I also thought it was interesting, just to add to that, what we talked about a few days ago, the presence of cranial modifications in some of the sites up in the central Zagros, and their absence. Would you have it, or you're not sure, I guess, whether there was at Western Sur or not, and how that maps onto some of these actual differences in lithics as well. So that's another interesting. So there are these multiple layers that one could look at. Joe, you see Kevin's got a comment there in the chat. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yeah. So I think so. Kevin asks if there are I have any thoughts on which sites or periods could be dated to a greater extent. In terms of gaps, I think the Epipaleolithic is an obvious one. We have way more dates from the Neolithic than we do the Epipal, which I don't think is really the case in other parts of Southwest Asia. Although Saman has pointed out to me in a direct message that, yes, he has recently published some new dates from the Epipal, which will go in the database. And also here at Copenhagen, we have the dates from Magua Galan, which we heard about too. So gaps, Epipaleolithics, yes, but I think also there's another type of gap in sites that are well dated. So like Ganjdare, Nemrik 9, Ali Kosh, Halanchemi are all sites with a good amount of dates, which I think could be then taken and refined using Bayesian modeling, both within those sites and in relation to each other. So that's what I would do at least.
Great. Maybe, can I ask you a question, Joe? I don't know why I'm asking this here, since we're literally next door to each other.
We never talk.
We never talk. It's the lockdown, right? You mentioned that when you looked at the null distribution the statistical methods that were used before that Samu used, I was interested by your comment that there's an assumption about population size in the Paleolithic that influences which kind of statistical tests people use. I was wondering if you could briefly elaborate on what that implies.
Yes, I think that's an often overlooked aspect of these summed distribution studies. I guess most people are familiar with the idea that, maybe it helps if I have the slides again. So you have, in the standard way of presenting it, you have this grey confidence envelope, which represents the null model, the idea that nothing significant happened, the dates are just randomly distributed. And then what you talk about generally in your conclusions is these areas where the observed curve departs from the null model. But yes, so like Tobias's question is, there isn't actually just one null model. You have to make an assumption about what a random radiocarbon distribution would look like without any significant demographic patterns. And so initially people tended to use an exponential model because they were generally looking at large regions over large periods where you just think, okay, it's going to be the older they are, the older a site is, the less chance we have of finding it, and the smaller the population is. Whereas the model that is now increasingly used in more focused studies, like this recent one on the Near East, is a logistic model. So it's kind of like an S-shaped curve, and basically assumes the presence of a demographic transition of some sort. So I think it's a reasonable assumption. I'm not really criticizing the assumption there or anything. It is probably what you would expect. What perhaps I would criticize, or what worries me more about this method, and kind of the reason I didn't really talk about it that much, is that it's not just the choice of model, but the choice of date range you use and the inclusion or exclusion of dates radically changes the null model, at least in my experience, and can really change the appearance of these red spots that you interpret. So that I do think is something that needs to be interrogated when you're looking at these kind of results. Sorry if that was too long an answer.
No, thanks. That's really useful to hear more about this. Yeah. Okay. I think it's time we take a little break now until 11 a.m. Copenhagen time, when we'll be back. So that's in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Un logement et comme tu as appris par
All right, everyone, now we're back again. And in the next session, we're going to have a series of papers looking especially at the paleoclimate of the Eastern Fertile Crescent and the Central Zagros. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, which will be Maria Rabbani. Hello, Maria. And she will be talking about investigating human environmental interactions in the Zagros region during the late glacial and early to mid Holocene period. Thank you. I think your microphone is still muted. But we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Rabbani, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Reading. And today I'm going to present the preliminary results of my PhD research titled Investigating Human Environmental Interactions in the Zagros region during the late Pleniglacial, late glacial, and the Holocene period. So the scope of my research covers 17 to 2000 years BP, which includes the climatic and archaeological periods illustrated here on the slide. But for this conference, I will be focusing on the late glacial and the early and mid Holocene period. So the three main themes that are normally investigated in regards to human environmental interactions are the impact of human communities on the environment, changes in settlement pattern, and resilience of human communities to changes in climate and the environment. And before I outline my aim and my methodology, I just want to briefly highlight some of the problems associated with studying human environmental relationships in this region particularly. So first of all, we have a lack of pollen records that go back to the late Pleniglacial period. And I'm sure many of you will be aware of the main records, which are Lake Mirabat, Lake Zaribat, and Lake Urmia. However, these records, they suffer from low resolution, which makes it sometimes difficult to identify possible short-term trends. Then they also suffer from radiocarbon dating problems, such as hard water effect, and have large age uncertainties, which makes it difficult to correlate them with the archaeological data. And then lastly, there's also gaps in the archaeological record. So in other words, there is a lack of high-resolution paleoenvironmental records with robust age depth models, which makes it difficult to study human environmental interactions precisely. On this slide, I just want to briefly highlight some of the two main issues that are debated, widely discussed in this region, which are the delay of oak woodland and the early Holocene precipitation paradox. So it is argued that unlike in the Mediterranean region, oak woodland spread much slower in this region, despite improvements in climate occurring roughly at the same time in both regions. And two main hypotheses have been put forward, which are climate change and human activity. But I won't go into much detail about them because we already heard about some of them. Then you have the early Holocene precipitation paradox. So the Lake Zareba pollen data indicates that the early Holocene was dry, whereas the oxygen isotope data for Lake Zareba indicates that the climate was wetter during the early Holocene period. So this discrepancy between these two data sets is known as the early Holocene precipitation paradox. And so at the end, the isotope data has been interpreted as a shift in seasonality, meaning higher winter rainfall and protracted summers. So in other words, the early Holocene was dry. Okay, so the aim of my PhD research is to reconstruct the environmental history of the Zagros region by producing high-resolution paleoenvironmental records for the late Punic Glacial, the late Glacial, and the Holocene period to identify changes in vegetation cover and correlate them with human activity and climate change. And my research questions include, is there evidence for delayed oak woodland expansion? If so, to what extent does the nature and timing differ from other studies in this region? And to what extent were drier climatic conditions responsible for this delay? And also to what extent was human activity responsible for changes in the environment? That, for instance, includes woodland clearance by Neolithic communities. To achieve my aim and also to tackle some of the problems I've highlighted of previous studies, I have been using pollen, non-pollen polymorphs, microscopic and macroscopic charcoal, eye tracks, magnetic susceptibility, and organic matter and bulk carbonate content. So it's a multi-proxy study. And two sites have been selected for this research. So first we have Lake Ganao, which is located in the Rania Plain in Iraq, about 130 kilometers northwest of Sulaymaniyah. Then we have Hashilan wetland, which is located at the foothills of the Koran Mountains at an elevation of 1,300 meters above sea levels, and it's about 35 kilometers northwest of Kermanshah province in the Zagros Mountains of western Iran. So here we have the preliminary pollen diagram for Hashilan. So far, I have 4 radiocarbon dates for this sequence. And I have submitted further samples for dating, and I'm waiting for the results at the moment. And so what can we see? So here you have the late glacial period, and here you have the Holocene period, and this red line here shows the late glacial early Holocene transition. So as you can see, during the late glacial period, you have high values of Chenopodiaceae and Artemisia, which indicates a semi-desert steppe environment. And once you enter the Holocene period, you see that there's a decline in Chenopodiaceae, as well as low values of Artemisia. And at the same time, while these two decline, you can see that there's a slight increase in grasses. In terms of the tree cover, you can see that generally it is very low, and it could be due to various reasons, including woodland clearance by human communities, but also it's possible that certain trees are underrepresented in this pollen diagram. In terms of oak values, you can see that they start to increase from about 6,500 pp onwards. And it's generally low, and According to the oxygen isotope data from Lake Zareba, an increase in spring rainfall occurred at around 6,500 BP, which could explain why I'm seeing an increase in oak at around the same time at Hashilan. So it is possible that climate change had an impact on oak woodland expansion. And to find out whether there's any human signal present at Hashilan that might explain why there's a delay in oak woodland, the other proxies need to be looked at, specifically the micro and macro charcoal. But at the moment, I only have the pollen and the geochemical data available. But hopefully by the end of next month, I should have all of my analyses completed, and that will hopefully give me a better picture of what's happening. So this slide is just to show how the Hashilan wetland compares to the Lake Zareba and Lake Van pollen diagram. So you can see that the Chenopodiaceae values in all three records, they are high during the late glacial period, but as soon as you enter the Holocene period, you see that there's a decline in all three records. So there's some consistency across the three records. And looking at the oak values, which is quite interesting, you see that at Lake Van and at Lake Zareba, the oak values reach at least 40% in the mid-Holocene period. However, if you look at Hashilan, you can see that although it does increase in the Holocene period, it's less than 10%, which could be due to the location of Hashilan. So here we have the iTrax data for Hashilan along with the organic matter and bulk carbonate percentage and the magnetic susceptibility. But I am aware that Dr. Homa Rostami is giving a talk after me about her iTrax data for Hashilan, which is why I've decided not to go into much detail about my data. I guess the main thing I want to highlight is that you can see that the late glacial period is much more complex and highly variable, both in terms of the geochemistry, but also the sedimentary changes in comparison to the Holocene period, which seems to have a bit more stable conditions. So here you have the pollen diagram for Lake Canal, for which I have only at the moment one radiocarbon date, which is located at the base of the sequence, and it's about 17,000 BP. And I have submitted macro charcoal samples for dating, and again, I'm waiting for the results. But based on the high Chenopodiaceae and Artemisia values, it's possible that I only have captured the late glacial and late glacial period. So it'd be really interesting to see once the dates are back, hopefully also next month, whether I have captured the early mid-Holocene period. In terms of the oak values, you see that they stay pretty constant throughout time. So there's no major increase, which is another reason why I think that I might not have the early mid-Holocene, specifically the mid-Holocene period. But yeah, it will be confirmed once I have the radiocarbon dates. But generally looking at the pollen diagram, it looks like nothing major is happening. So in conclusion, the preliminary results indicate that Hashilan's vegetation history agrees with nearby records indicating a semi-desert steppe environment in the late glacial period that then gets replaced by grasses and eventually trees in the Holocene period. Oak woodland starts to increase from about 6,500 BP onwards, which could be due to an increase in spring rain, suggesting optimum climatic conditions for oak expansion. And that would indeed suggest that climate was drier during the early Holocene period, which inhibited oak expansion. And the influence of humans on the oak delay is not conclusive yet until I have finished all of my pollen analysis and updated my pollen diagram. And once I have the all the other proxies available, specifically the micro and macro charcoal, which will give me a bit better idea about the fire history at Hashilan and Lake Canal. And I hope that by carrying out a multi-proxy study and producing 2 high-resolution paleoenvironmental records, it will not only address the problems with previous studies, but also helped to place climatic and vegetational changes as well as human response in the Zagros region within the wider region and context while appreciating local differences across Southwest Asia. So the next step now would be to complete all of my analyses. And like I said, the video count dates will be very important to place the data into context. That was my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Maria. Yes, we have some time for questions. Yes, Saman Hirari, you have a question. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah, hi. Hi, Maria, thank you very much for your very nice presentation. I don't have a question. Actually, I do have just a comment. Actually, recently, in our new publication, just I wanted to share this information that we have found wild almonds in our site in Glengush Cave, which is not far from Hashila. Actually, it could be something like 15 kilometers far from Hashila in northwest of it. We have found almonds, charcoal, but the date is pretty much older, it's 33,000 years old. So just I wanted to say we do have this find in our site, very close to Hashila. Just that.
No, thank you. And yeah, like I said, the pollen diagram I presented is not complete yet. So there's a high chance that there might be almond at Hashilan as well.
Great, yeah. I am really looking forward to hear more about Hashilan. It's very interesting, yeah. Thanks a lot. You're welcome.
Yes, Hojat, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering a little bit about how should we be sure about the differentiation between those naturally happen wildfire and those of anthropogenic firing, induced or by man. At least during early Neolithic, when we are discussing landscape engineering specifically with regard to making more cultivable fields. Because I don't think, for example, in the central Zagros that the Neolithic people faced the problem of restricted cultivable fields. And this is can be questionable actually for me, and it would be great if you give us some information on this.
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess that's where the multi-proxy aspect comes in. Obviously, I will have the local and the regional fire history record, and then I'll be using human activity indicator, pollen indicators, which might, like if there's any, for example, plantago you have, which is a weed, you would have to use all of these different proxies to come to an answer. So I can't just say if I have an increase in charcoal particles, I can't just say that it's because it's human. I need to have the other proxies. And also the NPPs might be useful in this regard to find out whether there is any presence of animal dung, which could indicate that humans are actually present, and it's maybe likely that they had something to do with the fire event. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments from Maria? Okay, thank you very much again. And then we move on to our next talk, which is actually a recorded presentation by Homa Rostami and colleagues, reconstructing paleoclimate and paleoenvironment of the central Zagros during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene.
Hello, dear audience. I thank the organizers of this conference for their efforts. I hope that in the future we will be able to meet each other closely. I will talk about our findings about reconstructed climate events in the Central Zagros. Since the beginning of the Neolithic era, the area in West Asia that extends from western Iran and the Arabian Peninsula to the eastern and southeastern Mediterranean Sea, also referred to as the Cradle Civilization and the Fertile Crescent, has witnessed the birth of agriculture and development of some of the earliest human societies. The climate variability in the Fertile Crescent region may have played a significant role in the rise and demise of many civilizations. The Central Zagros region, which is one of the centers of the formation of the first human settlements and has many archaeological sites, wetlands, lakes, and caves that allow paleoclimates. Some tracks to record from various geological archives, such as lake sediments, pollen, and soils, have been used to characterize the past climate variability Zagros. Based on pollen evidence from the sediments of Mirabad and Zeribar lakes during 37,000 to 14,000 before present, the dominant vegetation in the Central Zagros region was mountain tundra and steppe, and there was dry and dusty climate. The Younger Darius episode, 13,000 to 11,700 before present, was cold, dusty, and dry in Zagros, and Holocene climate has been rather warm and humid in comparison to the Younger Darius. Our main goal in this study was to reconstruct the climatic changes and events that occurred during the late Pleistocene to early Holocene in the Central Zagros. Our studies were carried out using a 5.5-meter sediment core from Hashilan Marsh near Kermanshah city. The Hashilan Marsh, with an altitude of 1,307 meters above sea level and an area of nearly 450 hectares, located in 36 kilometers northwest of Kermanshah. The marsh is located on a wide plain surrounded by Mount Horin to the north and west and Mount Weiss to the south. The most important water source of this wetland is Sabzali Spring, located on the northern margin of the wetland at the foothills of Horin Mountain. Sabzali is a karstic spring fed by the karstic aquifer. This aquifer in the Beestone Massif lime, which is one of the purest Zagros limestones. Sabzali spring, as the outlet of the aquifer, respond very quickly to changes in precipitation. Analysis of a 550 centimeter sediment core taken from the central part of the wetland included taking 11 half-barrel cores using a Russian split core. The cores were photographed on site and transferred into PVC core liners, sealed in non-reactive plastic sheets and stored at 4 degrees. Were transferred to the Geogenetics Center for University of Copenhagen. About 53 samples collected for LOI. An age depth model for the Hashilan sequence was constructed from 14 radiocarbon ASM age estimates calibrated and modeled using Oxcal 4.3. ITRAX core scanner was used to measure the relative concentration of 38 chemical elements at 1 mm resolution and magnetic susceptibility at 5 mm. Also, we use XRD analyze for more details. The age depth model has 5 relatively abrupt shifts in the deposition rate, the first falling just prior to 30,000 before present at the beginning of MIS2 is characterized by slowing from about 3.6 to 1.2 centimeter per century. Deposition accelerated slightly just prior to the LGM and then fell to its slowest rate in the sequence approximately 0.8 centimeter per century until the end of the Younger Dryas, when the rate increased abruptly to about 3.5. The most abrupt increase in the rate to about 1.1 centimeter per century corresponded to the 4.2K event, the Akkadian route. The increase in magnetic susceptibility in lake and wetland environments is consistent with dry periods and increased dust storms, and its decrease has been accompanied by an increase in organic matter and the existence of warm and humid periods. At the LGM, this value has been generally high, although in some periods it has changed due to dense girdle stir fluctuations. Magnetic susceptibility decreased 2,000 years ago, almost at the same time as the end of LGM, and increased again 12,000 years ago with the onset of Younger Dryas. But most of the fluctuations and values of magnetic susceptibility belong to the early Holocene period, which indicates the sequence of dry and wet periods. The LOI diagram also matched the trend of magnetic susceptibility. In periods with high magnetic susceptibility, the amounts of organic matter were minimized and calcium carbonate increased, indicating that these periods were dry. The early Holocene was associated with a relative increase in organic matter. Summarized geochemical analysis of the Hachillon-Marsh sequence plotting the weight proportions of organic and carbonate carbon determined by Lawson ignition LOI against selected ITRAX parameters. The data are plotted against depths with the modeled age depth scale to the right. The calibrated distributions used for the interpolation are plotted to the right of the age scale. The ratio of incurrent to coherent rhodium scattering is plotted as a continuous proxy for organic matter content because of its strong correlation with the weight lost at 550 degrees centigrade. The photon counts for iron, silica, and sulfur are plotted along with variation in magnetic susceptibility and the ratio of aluminum to silica proxies for coarser and finer eroded sediment and flux, respectively. The conic cluster analysis, zooms, and dendrogram are plotted in the right margin. The timing of major climatic events are overlain on the data for comparison. Based on the mentioned cases, 7 zooms were determined. H1 zone falling just prior to 30,000 before present at the beginning of MIS2 is characterized by a slow deposition. In general, dusty arid periods are characterized by high aeolian inputs, typically characterized by high silica to aluminum, titanium to aluminum ratios. Considering that biogenic silica in Hachillon sediments is of minimal importance, much of silica is likely derived from quartz and weathering of other aluminosilicate minerals. Thus, any increase in silica to aluminum ratios could be related to periods that experienced higher inputs of aeolian quartz. This zone includes the last glacial maximum. The sediments of this zone belong to 30,000 to 20,000 before present and are characterized as H1 zone with high calcium values, severe decrease of organic matter, increase of allogenic sediments, which shows the continuation of cold and dry climate conditions in the region. This zone belongs to 18,000 to 14,000 before present and is characterized by warm and relatively humid conditions in the central Zagros. The significant decrease in elements such as silica and iron, as well as the aluminium to silica ratios, indicate the warm and humid climate of this period. This zone covers the period of 13,500 to 9,000 years ago. Notably, the high silica to aluminium and titanium to aluminium ratios indicate some short and intense dry periods during the early to mid Holocene period. The beginning of this zone with the sudden onset of a cold and dry period in 12,300 to 11,600 before present. Subsequent zones belong to the mid and late Holocene. Because we don't have much time, I will not talk about these zones here, but detailed results in our articles will be available soon. The climate of the region was cold and dry during the late Pleistocene. Dry climate intensities began 29,000 years ago and continued until 27,000. Before the start of Elgium in 27 to 26,000 before present, suddenly droughts and dust storms subsided. Such conditions seem to have continued for 1,000 years, but then again dry climatic conditions with dust storms prevailed in the region until 19,000 before present, a condition indicating the last glacial maximum in the region. In 18,000 years ago, there was a warm and humid climate in the region that lasted until 13,000 before present. This warm and humid period identified in the region corresponds to the dense card oscillations and Bolling-Alrod periods. Evidence showed that a 600 years cold and dry climatic event occurred with the warm and humid period in 16,800 to 16,200 years ago, which was associated with an increase in dusty conditions in the region and corresponded to the cold period of Heinrich I. After that, warm and humid climatic conditions have prevailed in the region. The results of the analysis of diatoms of Lake Zareba showed a relative increase in temperature at the same time. Subsequently, the cold, dry young Darius event in the central Zagros region occurred at 12,300 to 11,600 before present, which is exactly in line with the results of studies on the sediments of Lake Neur in northwest Iran. Warm and humid climate of the early Holocene began in the region about 11,600 years ago. Drought conditions seem to have occurred in the region around 10,400 and then peaked in 10,200 years ago. Subsequently, the warm and relatively humid climate prevailed in the central Zagros region. However, rising in temperature and humidity was halted by a 200-year-old cold and dry event that occurred about 9,400 before present. This event was associated with an increase in dust storms and lasted until 9,200 years ago and was probably part of a dry event known as 9.2. Another dry climatic event associated with early Holocene in central Zagros began around 8,400 before present and lasted until 8,200 years ago. Based on the results of paleoclimate studies, it can be said that the event identified in the region was part of an event called 8.2. Evidence of this event, which is associated with increasing dust storms, has been identified in the sediments of Lake Neur, Lake Urmia, Lake Hamun, Jazmurian Playa, and Konar Sandal, southern Iran. And finally, conclusion. Based on our new findings from multi-proxy studies on the Hashilan Marsh, we found that the LGM, although was cold and dry, had relatively warm phases that corresponded to the dense guard oscillations. The cold and dry Heinrich events identified in the area have lasted for less than a millennia, about 600 years. The early Holocene period, although was warmer and more humid than younger Dryas, had dry climatic events. Most of these dry events have lasted for more than 200 years, followed by a wet period. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Homa, for your presentation. We have a few minutes for comments or questions. I think Homa is here as well.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Homa. Nice to see you. Yes, Saman Hedari, Guran.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a great, let's say, talk and results you have got. Since I'm more interested in earlier period, like before 30,000 years ago, 40 something, I want to know, is there any chance to get this information from earlier period? I mean, in the future plan?
Early from which period, excuse me, 14,000 years ago?
No, earlier than 30,000 years. I mean, between 45 to 30,000 years ago. I mean, the Hashilan Marsh has this capacity to investigate for older period?
Yes, it is possible, but we use a 5.5 meter sediment core that covers about 31,000 years ago. We can extract, I think, more than this depth, such as I think about 10 meter is possible. Taking a 10 meter sediment core from Hashilan is possible, and I think will be covered more than 40,000 years ago.
So you mean you didn't reach the bedrock, so still the deposits are still there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's really
because my focus, our focus was about start of LGM to Holocene.
Of course, I understand, yeah. But since we don't have that much information about paleoclimate of earlier period from the region, it would be really great if we have older.
I hope we can extract more information about before LGM from this marsh. It's a very potential marsh.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for Homa? Okay. Don't think there's anybody else. Then we'll move on to our next talk. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Dominic Fleitman, who will be presenting a talk on behalf of himself and co-authors, a Holocene multiproxy speleotherm climatic record from Iraqi Kurdistan.
Yes, thanks a lot for the introduction. And can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. I would like to apologize, but I couldn't join the earlier days or the previous days because I just returned from a field trip with students yesterday evening. And I'm trying to share my screen. Give me a second. Share screen. Okay. Can you see it properly?
We see, yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Good. I'm giving the this presentation on behalf of our PhD student Matthew Bothamworth, who's decided to leave academia. But many of the results are based on his excellent PhD thesis, which was submitted just recently, and he passed his viva with minor corrections. So congrats to Matthew. I mean, we know that we have a general picture of Holocene climate variability and the transition from the last glacial maximum to the Holocene based on many records in the Mediterranean region and also in the Eastern Mediterranean region. But I would like to stress a few things. Many of the records in the Eastern Mediterranean, and some of the previous speakers mentioned it already, are based on oxygen isotope records. So which dominate basically the paleoclimate reconstructions in this area. So here, based on this data set from Martin Finnis et al. Publication in 2019, we see that the majority of the climate records used in this compilation here is based on oxygen isotope records. And we all know that oxygen isotope records are somewhat difficult to interpret. I hope the chat is not belonging to me, but good. And we have some of the iconic records here. And I mean, I think everybody is familiar with the Sorry Cave record in the Levant, which is an oxygen isotope record based on a speleothem record. And we do see the transition from fairly dry, younger Dryas. We can go further back in time, of course, which was also fairly dry, at least based on the interpretation of the oxygen isotope records. We are entering the early Holocene period and have so-called climatic optimum with peak in rainfall, at least based on the interpretation, and then a long-term decline towards the present. And this is also reflected in some of the lake records from the Eastern Mediterranean. This is a stacked lake record from the Finn et al. Publication in 2019. So they used a few lake records, oxygen isotope records, and to develop and construct a stack isotope records, and you can see basically the same picture, a wet early to mid Holocene period, and then a reedification trend towards the present. So it appears that there's a pretty consistent pattern across the Holocene moisture pattern, and many of the archaeological hypotheses, of course, for the neolithization and of course also for the urbanization, not to mention the empires, are basically very much based on some of these records, and particularly based on the Sorry Cave records. And but then Maria Rabani mentioned it already. We have, of course, a mismatch with some of the other proxy records, especially the pollen records from the eastern fertile crescents, Lake Van, Urmia, Seriba, Mirabat, and then the future studies, which will be published hopefully soon. We see that we have a delay in oak expansion starting not before the mid-Holocene, which contrasts in a certain way the isotope records and the interpretation of the isotope records from this region. So Maria mentioned it already, so we call this the precipitation paradox, and there are, of course, several explanations for this delayed expansion in oak woodlands in many parts of the eastern fertile crescent. And here you can see the time axis, 12,000 to 3,000 years. The beginning of the Holocene here, the dashed line, the mid-Holocene, the dashed line, and we see that the expansion did not start before roughly 6,500, 6,000 years before present. And we decided to collect a long stalagmite record from this area because most of the information are based on lake sediments, and it's always good to have maybe a multi-archive approach. So we decided to collect stalagmites from Iraqi Kurdistan, and today I would like to present the results from Shalai Cave. Here you can see the location and it's of course in close proximity to some of the key archaeological sites for Neolithic sites in this area. And this is a sample we've collected. You can see a person for scale, Karen Ratner, and we collected this entire sample here from the cave, and it's a very large sample, of course. And for our paleoclimate reconstructions, we did, of course, uranium thorium dating, which is the preferred method of choice, the dating method. We detected also some annual growth bands in this record, but I won't focus on this record today. We measured, of course, oxygen and carbon isotopes. We have also some fluid inclusion measurements now. Trace elements was a very important proxy, and organic matter is also in the making. Today I will focus primarily on trace elements, oxygen and carbon isotopes, and then supported by strontium isotopes as well. Important for interpretation of our record, and especially consideration of our results, I think it's this picture here showing a correlation map of rainfall and using the grid cell where Getchka Shalai Cave is located. So basically you're taking the local meteorological record and you compare it with your neighboring regions to see, okay, are rainfall anomalies coherent? What is their spatial pattern? And you can see that we have pretty strong correlation coefficients in a fairly large area. So the take-home message here is that the correlation of winter-spring rainfall here in the area around Shalai Cave is representative for a larger area in the Middle East and Fertile Crescent. And to support our findings, and this is perhaps also important if we think about the drainage basin of the Euphrates and Tigris, which are of course here in eastern Turkey and also along the Zagros Mountains. So we can also say in the long term maybe something about the discharge of these two major river systems. And to show you that this is actually working, that we can use the stalagmites and that they're representative of a larger climate variability in a larger area. Here are the results which have been published from Getchka Cave nearby Shalai Cave. It's a late Holocene record, and this is a pretty messy plot, but I would like to emphasize this figure here, which is basically the oxygen isotope record from Getchka Cave, so from this stalagmite, the last 100 years. And we see the Tigris discharge, and we see also the drought index and temperature, and then precipitation. So basically you can, I hope I can convince you that the stalagmite is actually a very good recorder of drought conditions and rainfall anomalies, especially with respect to the most recent droughts, which are clearly expressed here in the Getchka Cave record. You can see it very well, and also declining Tigris discharge. Of course, this is more complicated because of the dam construction of dams, but the drought index shows a fairly similar picture. And the recent droughts here, for instance, are also related to a decline in winter, spring rainfall, and combined with an increase in temperature and, of course, an increase in evaporation. So at least on short timescales, oxygen isotopes appear to be a really good proxy for rainfall and drought. And of course, when you collect then and analyze the longer record, such as the Shalai Cave record here, stalagmite SHC03. This is a cutted stalagmite here, and we see the entire sample is more than 3 meters long, with a couple of ages, uranium thorium ages, and also some fluid inclusion samples. But I won't, as I said at the beginning, won't focus on the fluid inclusions. And we have a fairly good age model. It's at least current age model is good enough to say something about the long-term Holocene trends. And you can see, and it was a little bit of a disappointment because we expected to go further back in time. But the base of the stalagmite dates to around 10,600 years before present. And then we have here in the depth age plot continuous growth until 6,000, roughly 6,500 years before present, a short discontinuity, which is not related to climate. We think it was an earthquake, and then a continuous record for the middle to late Holocene period. But again, we have at least an idea about the climatic conditions during the early Holocene period of course, the Neolithization, and also some information about the periods when we see the spread and emergence of urban centers in northern and southern Mesopotamia. And here you can see the time axis again, 10,000 years towards the present, 0. And we have the oxygen isotope record, the high resolution record from the Shalai cave record. And it's consistent with basically all of the other records from this area. But before I show this, I think it's also important to mention that it's also very consistent with other isotope records from this area. This is the Kunabar cave, which is also close to Shalai cave. And you can see that there's a good match with our Shalai cave record, which is quite nice because it shows you that our stalagmite record is a faithful recorder of the larger scale climate variability, and that we don't have any strong cave-specific signals, which might lure the climate signal. So excellent reproducibility. The blue one is another stalagmite from Shalai cave, and you can see they're matching quite well. And we have this familiar trend from more negative oxygen isotope values towards more positive isotope values. And this is basically, sorry for this messy plot, but these are oxygen isotope records from across the Eastern Mediterranean. Most of them also recently published records from Iran, from Kataklor cave, Julian Andrews publication, and of course Sora cave. You have the time axis again, and a very familiar picture, a long-term decrease in long-term increase in the oxygen isotope isotopes. But there's a complicating factor which many publications do not take into account, and this is basically a source signal, because we know that the Eastern Mediterranean and the surface waters are very much influenced by the Nile discharge. So during the early Holocene, when we have a very strong Indian monsoon with a lot of rainfall in the Ethiopian highlands, where the Blue Nile originates, and the majority of water for the Nile originates, this isotopically depleted water is then discharged into the Eastern Mediterranean as fresh water, and forms this isotopically depleted surface water during the early and mid Holocene. So basically, many of these records, it's not only the so-called amount effect, so not the fact that more negative isotope values indicate higher precipitation, but it's a remote signal coming from the African and Indian monsoon region, which is basically transported towards the Eastern Mediterranean. So we have to be, that's maybe the first take-home message, really careful if we say that this pattern here reflects the amount of precipitation in the Eastern Mediterranean. That's the reason why we, and this is basically also a direct proof for it, because we compared, sorry for switching back and forth, but we compared typical monsoon records here from Kunz Cave, and also a record here from the Eastern Mediterranean marine record, which is actually a good indicator for the discharge of Nile water. And you can see that the Indian monsoon record from Kunz Cave is also showing the same trend, like also the marine record further indicator that it's actually source effect, so a change in the O18 of the surface water in the Eastern Mediterranean, which can explain at least 50 to 60% of this general pattern here. And this is also shown here if we compare, for instance, the Shalai cave record here in gray with some of the marine records. You can see that there's almost a perfect match between those. So basically the rainfall originates from the Eastern Mediterranean, is transported towards the Middle East, and inherits the signal because the water evaporates over the Mediterranean, a large fraction evaporates the isotopic composition of the Eastern Mediterranean water. So basically, the take-home message here is that I don't think that the oxygen isotope records, at least in many parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, are not the perfect climate proxy and do not provide the full paleoclimate picture. So that's the reason why we decided to determine additional proxies and measure additional parameters. Here is the carbon isotope record, but more importantly are the trace element records. And very important is the magnesium record here, the red record, which is basically a very good indicator of effective moisture and rainfall and groundwater recharge above the cave. And we know from many studies that magnesium is correlated to groundwater recharge and rainfall. So basically what you see here is lower ratios, magnesium to calcium ratios, indicate wetter conditions. And if we go towards higher ratios, that means drier conditions. We know it's not dust because we analyzed also strontium isotopes in the same record. And the strontium isotopes are indicator either for dust input or for bedrock contribution. And these values are typical for the bedrock above Shalai cave. Dust would plot much lower in terms of the strontium isotopic composition. So we know that the magnesium and variations in the magnesium are not caused by, or not predominantly influenced by dust input. So we think that the magnesium isotope record is really a good recorder of water bedrock interaction. So residence time of the water. So if you have a lot of rainfall, a lot of infiltration of the rainfall water, you have a shorter residence time of the groundwater because of the hydraulic pressure, and you have basically lower magnesium calcium ratios. So what does it show? It shows us an increase in precipitation from, of course, a drier early Holocene period and probably also younger dryas. So general increase in rainfall, but we reach the climatic optimum or maximum rainfall not before 6,500, 7,000 years before present. And this is in line with of course, the pollen records and some other records. So basically here in black, we see the Shalai cave record and the Lake Van record, the pollen records, Lake Urmia record, and you can see that they're pretty much in phase. So it's maybe also not only the amount of rainfall which changed, but it's also the seasonality, and Maria mentioned this already. So during the early Holocene, we have actually a shorter rainy season, which makes a lot of sense because we have also a stronger monsoon and then enhanced subsidence over the Eastern Mediterranean, the Middle East, related to the monsoon intensity. The monsoon season starts earlier during the early Holocene. And so we had a shorter spring rainfall season, which is very much consistent with the data we have obtained. So also increased seasonality. And we see this also with non-pollen records like the magnesium calcium record from the Lake Van area, and also the Lake Van sea level changes or lake level changes. They're very consistent with our magnesium calcium records. So I think we have to really think a little bit more about the interpretation of many of the records. And here I focus entirely on our magnesium calcium record from Shalai cave. So basically we have increase in rainfall conditions until the mid-Holocene, a steady increase. And also not only increase in rainfall, but also a longer duration, increase in the duration of the rainy season. So from a fairly short rainy season during the early Holocene related to monsoon intensity, increased seasonality, so longer and drier summers. And then this is reduced because the monsoon is getting weaker and we have the Holocene climatic optimum. And I think we should take this into account and may have to revise some of our interpretations, not only for the Neolithization, but of course also for the urbanization. And it's of course a little bit provocative, and maybe it's time also to change some of the paradigms, but I think it shows this example that we really have to revise our picture of Holocene, of the Holocene hydroclimatic pattern in this area. Thank you.
For this really detailed and interesting presentation on behalf of Matt. We have a few moments maybe for some questions and comments.
And criticism, of course.
Marjan, please.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much, Dominique, for this fantastic talk. I had a question, excuse me. I had a question on your slide, maybe 13. I just grabbed the number. Maybe that was it. Yes, just before. Here,
this one? Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you didn't comment the carbon isotopes because it doesn't have the same pattern, obviously, than the others. But it's very interesting, of course, for those who are working with the carbon and isotope data in this region. So I wanted to have if you could just comment a bit more.
Yes, I think, all the different proxies response have different thresholds in terms of amount of rainfall. So we think that the vegetation was already established fairly early. But we cannot say which type of vegetation or soil development. And so we think that the carbon isotope record is in a certain way difficult to interpret, but because again, we don't really know what type of vegetation was above the cave. So at least we see what we see, and what is consistent with the other records is this stepwise change here, which is actually consistent with trace element records. And then it's difficult to say what the type of vegetation the soil development was. But there were not many changes, but these short-term variations, at least they coincide quite nicely with some of these trace element cycles. So we think it's partly related to decadal, multi-decadal scale changes in rainfall. But the general trend is a little bit difficult to interpret, I must say. Because
we have the impression, at least, that it's not as clear as for the others. You don't have this very, for magnesium, for example, you can see that there is a evolution, at least in the first 10,000 to 6,000. But this is, you have the impression it's very flat at the end.
Yes, it shows you the complication. So when the more proxies you analyze, some of them are more sensitive, some of them are maybe less sensitive. The best thing we can say is that we have at least a full calibration with the soil CO2, and regardless of the amount of precipitation, most likely. And we had a kind of C3, C4 plant vegetation above the cave. Since there are many archaeologists, I didn't mention these, in this Ponsum record here, some of these huge variations, which we have to investigate also further. But since many of us are also working with dust records in this area, I would like to stress also one thing is that we should think more about anthropogenic sources of dust. We know that land use was prominent in the entire area. We had already centuries and millennia of land use. And maybe some of these are not only related to climate, but also to land use changes. And this is something I think we should also explore further for the mid and late Holocene, especially. So we have some preliminary data, but on this, but of course we have to invest much more work. But Matthew Bossum was 4 years were over. He did an amazing job, and now we have to find a new PhD student to continue or postdoc.
Oh, that's a big advertisement there. Great.
Yeah, we will advertise a PhD soon.
Any more comments or questions at this point, or on this talk, or any? Yeah, Hodget.
Okay. Thank you very much. Indeed, I don't have any questions for you, but I wanted to make a general comment on this free lecture about the paleoclimatic condition, specifically with regard to the early Holocene. So, as pointed out by Homa, and you also highlighted the short rainy season in the early Holocene, and she also highlighted the presence of the subsequent wet and dry episodes in the early Holocene. This is very important to revisit our putative idea that climate and environment became, improved completely in the early Holocene, so that people enjoyed it very much. And when we look at those events, specifically 9.2, the so-called 9.2 events, and so based on our new data from Hashilan and the radiocarbon date, it can be dated a little bit or placed a little bit earlier to the, can be something like 9.4. If so, or archaeologically, sometime around the mid of 8th millennium BC. So we see a sort of change in the settlement pattern. So we see in the region that some sites, such as Ganjar, Sheikhiabad, were abandoned, and at the same time we see some new occupation in the lower plains, such as Ali Kush, Choghabunut, and so on. This can be an interesting event in the region, but I just wanted to attract and take the attention of my colleagues, specifically Roger and Wendy Method. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Barbara, please.
Yeah, I would like to start by saying thank you to all the three speakers. I think it's so important to get really a handle on the climatic events, and I always struggle with what is published. I see the contradictions, and I'm not in the position to judge. So thank you very much for this. And I would like to take you up, Dominic, on your last slide, where you meant to provoke reactions on challenging the paradigms. And I would like to ask you, what would you say? Because in my, let's say in my understanding, what you say about the Neolithic and the urbanization period, it perfectly fits what I would expect. So what would you change, or how would you formulate this?
Yeah, I mean, you have a couple of different hypotheses. I mean, some are built on this pattern of maximum rainfall during the early Holocene. So also some of my colleagues, I must say. I mean, I'm a paleoclimatologist, geochemist by training, but for the Neolithization, it may be not that crucial, but I think where it becomes really crucial is for the urbanization period, because some of the models are based on the assumption, especially also the balance between northern urbanization in northern Mesopotamia and southern Mesopotamia, are based on this idea of aridification during the mid-Holocene, so since 6,000 years. So I think this is, I think, maybe not that crucial for Neolithization. I mean, we have an increase in precipitation, so resource became more abundant. Maybe not, it was not the paradise in comparison to the mid-Holocene period, and there were perhaps even more niches and not a widespread availability of all the resources, maybe more patchy in areas where you have more natural resources. This is maybe some revision which is needed because we have still lower precipitation for the early Holocene if you compare it with modern day precipitation. But this is something we have to verify. But increasing precipitation, it got better. But I think the really, for me, the relevant part is the urbanization process, which occurs exactly at the time of maximum precipitation in northern Mesopotamia. So it makes a lot of sense that you have the development of many urban centers in northern Mesopotamia with rain-fed agriculture during this period.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a little bit provocative, I think.
Okay, we're going to take two more, last two comments or questions before we take the break. Omran Garazian first, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dominic, for very good presentations. And very practical, open, wide discussion of the environmental changes. My question is in opposite of your perspective. Are you know any methods for localization your conclusion or your results in a special area, in a plain, for example, in a valley in Zagros or something like this?
Yes, if I understand your question correctly, I think we have, of course, these are single site records or coming from a certain area. But I think if we look at modern precipitation data, I mean, a lot of the moisture is coming from the Eastern Mediterranean with westerly wind systems. Mm-hmm. And again, the monsoon has also remote influence through subsidence in the summer. And with this figure here, we are quite confident that some of our results can be used for the wider area. And of course, also for parts of the Zagros, the correlation coefficient. I mean, if we look at the meteorological stations here and compare it with the other parts of the Middle East, then of course we have a decrease sometimes in the correlation, but that's what you would expect. The further you go away from your site, then the correlation coefficient will drop. But again, I think for the Lake Van area and many parts of Mesopotamia and also Zagros, I'm pretty confident that we show at least that the pattern is correct. There might be some regional differences. And I mean, we are just starting, we are collecting now more samples also from the Lake Van area and to build a kind of denser network, at least of speleothem records, which can then complement the lake records. I mean, it's also thing to say, I think we all agree that we have to do more paleoclimate research in this area as well. There were major advances in archaeological excavations and findings and results. And now it's time for our community to provide you with probably the best records from this area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
and my comment is between seasonality and permanent life. This is something like cycle life in spatial ecology, and this is maybe very practical for between the Neolithic and the urbanization societies.
Yes, I mean, I didn't mention maybe the fact that we are also doing now very high resolution work. So we are trying to resolve seasonal cycles. Mm-hmm. And we can maybe do some records and time intervals for the early Holocene compared with the mid Holocene and late Holocene to understand the seasonal amplitudes and changes in the seasonal amplitude over time. So that's one of our next steps, what we will do in Basel.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Hassan Fadri?
Yes, hello, Dominic.
Hi, Hassan.
I cannot find you from email because you promised me 4 months ago to revise my paper.
Yes,
So
I made many. I made many promises in my life. Hard to keep. It's very busy. Very busy.
so it's a good place to ask you. Why my question is that, not question, but I like to learn more, because the 4.2 climatic event you mentioned, Golazar, the Caroline climatic studies, and how this effect on Akkadian Empire collapse. Meanwhile, in the north of Alborz, we see high population density and no any evidence of a collapse or decrease of population. So what is your recommendation?
To be honest, I'm not a big fan of the 8.2 kilo, of the 4.2 kilo event. I think it might be a regional event, and I had long discussions and with Harvey, of course, but we don't have strong evidence for the 4.2 kilo event in many of our records. We have some records from Turkey. Now, if you look at the Shalai Cave record,
yeah,
there is some variations, but nothing extraordinary. And that's perhaps my question. If we look at dust records, the 4.2 kilo event in some of the dust records, that was my question related to land use changes. If you have the collapse somewhere, also in land use, it's a little bit like the Dust Bowl in the 1930s in North America. Poor land use practice, some climate deterioration, and then you have dust fluxes. And you think it's just an aridity signal, but maybe it's more related to the collapse in certain areas and remobilization of dust. So I think we still have to do a lot of work to resolve this issue. So I don't think that there is such a strong 4.2 kilo event, to be honest. Look at this record. I mean, regardless of the dating accuracy, there are nothing major. The only major event is way after 4,200 years, I would say. And also in the magnesium record, there's not much. So much more work, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all the speakers from this morning. Dominic, there's a question by Wendy in the chat, which maybe you can answer directly there.
I will participate also in the discussion in the afternoon or at noon.
Wonderful.
After the lunch break. Okay.
Great. That's wonderful. Yes, so now it's time to take a little break and gather our thoughts and energies for the discussion in the afternoon, which I'm very much looking forward to. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
Sure, I'm Laura Hutchinson and have Ashley Taylor here in Ferndale this morning on weather, but we want to start you off with Alyssa, who's been very busy on the highway. It's an ever-changing situation out there. Changing is the right word because the investigation that's going on. What we are watching. First, zooming out into Annapolis, there's a main closer is I-84 westbound in Chester between exits 26 and 25A. This is closed because of a shooting investigation happening in that area. Highway checked out through impacting Chester commuters, Waterbury commuters. So this is what's happening now. Traffic is being forced off at exit 28. That's the 17 area that's by the west stop. What we want to do, get off exit 28, we're going to turn left up the 17 mountain, and then that'll bring you to Meriden Road. And that's where you'll access Waterbury from Chester. Again, another accident because it's a busy morning. 91 southbound, making trouble following an accident between exits 22N and 20N, bringing you to the capital city. That far left lane is blocked because of an accident here. I-84 westbound actually between exits 50 and 48. But really, I want you to circle back to take a look at our Southington camera right here. You can see it's moving a little better now that exit 28 is back open. Some good news for you share others, especially on a Friday actually. Middletown is quiet. That's looking nice. You're right at 95. The thing goes there. Yeah, all this updates this morning. Well, I'm sure the weather is really not helping anything, that's for sure, because it is a gloomy start. We're dealing with clouds. We also have areas of mist and drizzle. So the windshield wipers are going. You can see some light showers now towards Bridgeport, Easton, up towards Waterbury and Southington as well. And we still have some flashing green from Canton over towards Vernon, Coventry, and then stretching up to north of Mansfield outside of Stafford there. There's a lot of in New Haven. Yeah, very dreary here. 60 degrees as we take a live look in New Haven. It's about 57 in Watertown, 60 in Durham, 60 degrees in Norwalk. So actually, we're going to see light winds and get brighter as we go through the afternoon. We have to eventually warming into the mid-70s at the shoreline. All right, Ashley, thank you. Governor Lamont will hold a news conference to announce the launch of a promotional campaign today, urging young adults to get vaccinated against COVID by the fall.
New States Ken Houston has a preview from the British. Important, the governor's vaccination campaign is not only targeted for students, but also staff members as well. According to a policy mandated by the State Board of Regents, all students at state colleges and universities are required to get vaccinated before heading back to class in the fall. At one time, this policy only applied to private universities. Now, meanwhile, students are not the only ones expected to get vaccinated. Staff members, but that may be easier said than done because they're represented by various unions and some students may be entitled to an exemption.
In order to require unionized employees to be vaccinated, we must receive consent from each of the employee bargaining units. If the bargaining unit does not consent, then its members cannot be compelled to be vaccinated.
One important exemption is principally for improved medical use. And that concerns indicates that applications for exemption, particularly non-temporary, does not mean automatic acceptance. And the governor is expected to hold a news conference this morning at 7 o'clock to unveil his campaign in order to get students as well as all young adults vaccinated before the fall. In New Britain, Ken Houston, News 8.
You say on my poll, we want to know if you agree with that decision requiring all Connecticut State College and University students to get vaccinated against COVID. So far, a number of look like this: 43% of you say yes, 57% say no. You can still weigh in by heading to our website, WPH.com, or by using the free News 8 app. Happy today, U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal will announce federal funding for Stanford's Curtain Call Theater. It comes ahead of the reopening of that theater for the first time since the pandemic. Curtain Call will open in September. Curtain Call is Stanford's longest running only year-long nonprofit producing theater company. That announcement is set for 10 o'clock this morning.
The Shakespeare Company teamed up with a nonprofit Ice to put together a play with a mission to break the cycle of violence. Yes. We actually work with the audience to resolve the conflicts in the play peacefully.
All this kind of violence going on, we feel like one way to help the system, bring people together, to be that village again, have conversation, have fun together, We one family.
There is a lot of anger in the world, and everyone needs to know that you can always communicate with each other, and there's always a better way to find a solution other than violence.
Spread the love when we're young, the practice of nonviolence, and simply living together.
See the show, you can catch the version of the Bard's Work Saturday in New Haven Green at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Anti-violence groups in our state are hoping federal money is on the way to help fight rising gun violence in several cities. Hartford and New Haven are both dealing with an uptick in shootings. This comes after a man was killed overnight on Tuesday in the capital city's 20th homicide of the year. President Biden has proposed $5 billion in aid to anti-violence programs in his infrastructure plan. The announcement is a bipartisan agreement for the nearly $1 billion bill. The group of Hartford communities that care in Connecticut say it is overwhelmed by violence. Federal lawmakers hope to have.
And he has to, because he did proceed, as one does, with accepting those certified results, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, he did choose to say this at the Reagan Library yesterday, so this is a thing. I mean, he did take a stand. I'm curious to see if he says this again. I'm curious to see if he does a Constitution tour where he goes and educates Trump supporters about what actually happened, why he did what he did. We'll see. Notable moment to be sure.
A lot of time left. I guess if he really does want to make a run for it, he's got plenty of time to figure it out. Maybe he's playing a long game that we don't see.
When you say he's so much of that. The search for victims in this huge building collapse in Florida, it's been hampered by rain, by wind, all kinds of issues. So what's the weather going to do as they continue these rescue operations this morning?
And we will be joined by the former Miami-Dade fire rescue chief. What kind of risks are search teams facing, and what are the chances that they will find any survivors?
This is a catastrophic collapse that in Pancake.
Dental. Today is the day to take back your smile. Why wait? We're here next, weekend, and right now to give you exceptional care and 20% off your treatment plan. New patients take the first step with a complete exam and x-rays that are free without insurance. Because our nationwide network of over 1,500 doctors at 900 locations all have one goal: to make you smile today. Start now. Call 1-800-ASPEN Dental or book online at aspendental.com. At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of the watch out. The make way coming through. Like the storm alert. And the subtle but effective ding. That's why we created Low Cash Mode, the financial watch out that gives you the options and time needed to help you avoid overdraft fees. It's one way we're making a difference. Because we believe how you handle overdraft should be in your control, not just your bank's. Low Cash Mode on Virtual Wallet from PNC Bank.
When it's time to go, plan your next getaway on Trivago with deals from your favorite booking site all in one place. Time to go, Trivago.
Well, would you look at that?
It was an accident.
You know, accidentally left you off the insurance policy during enrollment and you're not covered.
Not even a little bit. No insurance.
When employees can't enter and manage their own benefits enrollment information, it can be a real pain.
How do you even know?
With Paycom, employees enter and manage their own HR data in a single, easy-to-use software. Visit paycom.com and schedule a demo today.
Light. It comes from within. It drives you and it guides you to shine your brightest. As you charge ahead, illuminating the way forward. Recognizing that the impact you make comes from the energy you create. Introducing the Evolve Electric Whip, lighting the way.
Are you paying too much for car insurance? You can save hundreds with group insurance. Here's how it works. With group, your driving is the #1 factor we use to give you a better price. Everything is in the app. Just download and get on the road for a bit. If you're a big driver, you can save up to $708 in your car insurance. And that gives you extra cash to buy something you really want. Download the Root app today and see how much you can save. I'm not gonna go, I didn't have a bad idea yet.
Sanjay Gupta, we are back here in Surfside, Florida, where this desperate search and rescue mission is ongoing. You can sort of see this over my left shoulder. Light is starting to break. We know that rain has been happening here since about 10 o'clock last night. Stopped overnight. There's been some heavy gusts of wind, and the weather so dramatically impacts these search and rescue missions. Chad Myers joins us now. Chad, you and I spent a lot of time covering disasters, nothing quite like this. But I'm wondering, what does the day look like going forward?
Today's the best day of the next 3, Sanjay, although this isn't going to be anything perfect by any stretch. Winds out of the east at 14, gusting to 23. Every time a storm or shower comes onshore, that's when the wind will get higher. And that's obviously when the threat of that building shift. You have a building that's standing up there barely. You also have rebar hanging off with pieces of concrete still stuck to it. We're talking about a 23-mile-per-hour wind or even 25 in a storm that is going to try to shake that thing, and that would put any first responder, any responder down on the ground really in some jeopardy. So we're going to watch these storms as they come through today. Probably somewhere around noon, 1 o'clock would be the next bigger storm, and then after midnight tonight, more weather in the forecast, and those winds don't die down. In fact, for tomorrow, they go up just a little bit, Sanjay.
You know, Chad, I don't know if there's an answer to this, but you and I both covered, again, these natural disasters. Buildings down here, I mean, they withstand hurricanes. We've been in those situations. And this is just really, it's shocking to me. I guess, again, I don't know if there's an answer here, but does anything sort of strike you about this? It is the ocean side of the building that sort of collapsed. I had never seen anything quite like this, at least in this country.
Well, it's the salt air. And when you go to the beach, and even if you walk with a pair of flip-flops in the salt water, you want to take them home and rinse them off in a freshwater washdown. Buildings and things and concrete and walkways would deteriorate in that salt air a lot worse than it would be just in fresh air or fresh water. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me, although obviously this event takes anyone by surprise by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Chad, thank you very much. John, you know, I have to say, you know, it is heartbreaking to see this. We are obviously in the middle of these dramatic search and rescue missions, but there's going to be some lessons in here, I think, as to exactly what happened here, and obviously trying to prevent it in other buildings, other places like it.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of knowledge that there's some kind of risk here, because the code in Florida is that after 40 years, a building needs to be checked out and re-engineered for this type of thing, for potential corrosion, for potential risk of being near the salt there. And this building is exactly 40 years old and was due for just that type of maintenance. One other point here, this building was built before the Hurricane Andrew codes, which I know you're saying. Building codes in Florida drastically changed, particularly by the sea after Hurricane Andrew. Unclear whether those enhanced codes would have made a difference here. We just don't know. We have so much more we have to learn, Sanjay. We're going to get back to you in just a second. Behind Sanjay, these rescuers are working around the clock, moving piece by piece of rubble, trying to find some of the 99 people still unaccounted for in that tower. Let's get more insight on the search and rescue efforts. I'm joined by Chief Dave Downey. He's the former Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Chief. Chief, thanks so much for being with us. Give us a sense of exactly what the workers are doing at this moment.
Well, good morning, John. Thanks for having me. They've been working since the collapse in affecting rescues. First, they took the people off the rubble, those that are lightly trapped. All through the day and through the night last night, they've been conducting more meticulous void searches and area searches. Also, they've been trying to stabilize the areas that need to be stabilized. We heard earlier about, secondary collapse.
We've got monitoring devices on the existing building, paying attention to any movement of that building. They're also trying to secure some of that hanging debris so the rescuers can continue to operate, continue to do the void searches. Today, we're moving in more search and rescue personnel, and we're also moving in some equipment to start a very precise delayering to lift up some of those heavier slabs and again start to uncover any potential void spaces. So this is an ongoing, very deliberate, very precise process of search and rescue.
If you know the area well, what are the risks they're dealing with this morning?
Well, I think you highlighted them just before I came on the air, and that's the weather. Fortunately, we're not worried about any aftershocks as we've seen in earthquake regions, but the wind plays a major role in this rescue operations, and the wind load on the existing structures can present a problem. The rain presents problems because we need to make sure that we're channeling that water. The rescuers have been dewatering areas of the structure to make sure that it stays as minimal as possible. But those are the big elements. And then obviously the heat and humidity. Although the rescuers are, trained and experienced and from that area, but making sure that the rescuers stay hydrated, the rescuers are paying attention to working these long hours in the heat and humidity.
Yeah, you have to stay alert for any sound, any possible movement, and you have to stay alert so you protect yourself from the risks that are very much present. Former Chief Dave Downey, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
A day after getting probation instead of prison time, the first Capitol rioter to be sentenced, downplaying the attack on the Capitol. We will roll the tape next.
The Proof RAA battery is the world's longest lasting. We tested it against our competitor's best battery. An Energizer Ultimate Lithium Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
I want to show the problem was to show the love of a minority family. We're standing in you small of love. 20 years military, got one.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the final discussion of the Revisiting the Hilly Flanks conference. Pleased that so many of you are still hanging on after a long week of participation. If you'd like, you can maybe activate your videos so we can see many of us, although maybe we'll crash our bandwidth, but it's always nice to have more faces to talk to. Let me just say on behalf of Hodjat and myself, and also on Peter's behalf, great word of thanks to all the presenters and participants for all your fantastic contributions. I've already had a lot of great feedback from a lot of you, so thank you very much for that. And I can also tell you that we've had amazingly 900 unique visits to the YouTube feed over the last 5 days. So, you know, a lot of people have been tuning in at least to some of the talks on YouTube. So that's also quite amazing, actually, to learn that. I've thrown together with Hodjat a few notes on the last few days. Of course, they're not, they probably won't capture everything we've touched on or started to talk about, but I hope we've caught quite a lot of things. But you know, of course, we hope that we can add to that. And before I move into that, I just wanted to briefly mention that we're definitely hoping to publish proceedings from the conference, and we have funding in place to support that as well from our grant. So I hope that many of you or most of you will be able to contribute a paper or several papers to this volume, which we think will, you know, given the quality of the papers we've had and all the new information that's been made available to us here, will have hopefully quite an impact on our understanding of the neolithization process across the region, and particularly in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. But moving on to the discussion, is that changing on my screen, but not on the... here we go. Okay, it's a little bit behind. So before talking about any particular themes or topics, we've touched upon a few key issues in our discussions. One of which was the question of site visibility and research history, which you know, we noted that even within the Zagros and adjacent areas, that some areas are much more intensively explored than others, which of course reflects research history to a certain extent. We've also seen and heard about that there is this issue of site formation processes, or rather the lack of site visibility due to burial under colluvium and alluvium across some parts of the study area. So this is of course a big research issue that we have to be aware of, and we have to take into account and maybe think about ways to address. Some of you have also mentioned and talked about simply the issue of preservation. We've heard that many sites are actively under threat or have been affected. We've also heard about the potential of declining preservation conditions at some of these sites, which is of course concerning. We've talked also a little bit about excavation methods and the role of detailed versus expansive, I suppose, excavation methods. We've heard that, of course, detailed excavation methods produce great data. You know, high quality, high precision data. But we're also aware, I think, that in order to address some other questions, particularly about things like social organization or ritual and activities and so forth, also we need more open area, large exposure excavations and not just sort of keyhole excavations. Ideally, of course, we would want to combine the high resolution with the large exposures, and we're, I guess, all aware that this takes a lot of time and a lot of investment as well. One issue that I guess concerns us all is the question of research collaboration across the region, not just between scholars from the global north or the west, and our role in working in Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Kurdistan, and so forth. And the question of knowledge exchange between ourselves, but also perhaps between researchers working in different parts of themselves, so between Iranis, Iraqis, and so forth. And then several of you have already also spoken about the need of working with communities, about outreach and dissemination and so forth. Before I move on to the next slide, I wondered if any of you want to talk about any of these issues or make any comments on these points. Yeah, Melinda, please.
I don't know.
Yeah, Melinda, go ahead.
Just a brief mention when you're talking about the sites and the importance of that, just to also put in a word for museum collections. There are extensive museum collections. They're sometimes hard to find, but I think what we need is both a concerted effort of finding them. It took me 30 years to pull the materials together at the Smithsonian, but they are now readily accessible and fully cataloged and documented. But I think more effort in that and what they've done in Montreal, and then people turning to those. So they may be coarser grained, they have issues, but if you can deal with those questions, they really can address large questions. And it maybe is also a responsible thing to do, is to go back to the previously excavated questions before we do a huge amount more damage through a new excavation.
That's a very good point. Absolutely. Yeah. Barbara?
Yeah, thank you. I think you have pulled together a lot of very important points here, and some resonate also with what I have been arguing on the side with Nick Conrad. I think this conference has made it very nicely clear how much can be achieved with a well-planned, targeted work. I refer to the really one-season work at Sheikhiabad that has changed so much of our understanding for the Central Zagros, and now the work in Western Sur as well. So it seems that with targeted planned work, you can, within a rather short time, and yes, sadly so short time, and I know that they would have liked to go back very much, you can already change a lot of our understanding of things that have never been very clear, that couldn't be sorted, that weren't well dated, etc., etc. I want to nevertheless express some concern here about this focus on, I greatly appreciate detailed small-scale excavation as long as it's problem-oriented. I think there is a great merit in this. But when we talk about not doing any more damage to sites that are already damaged, I just want to draw your attention to the situation these sites are in. We have seen Tepe Kazanchi, we have seen other sites. There's agriculture everywhere, there is dam construction, etc. So we do not preserve the sites by just doing keyhole excavations. I know that we need these targeted, detailed records, yes, but we also need larger exposures, because also when you think about outreach to communities, as long as they see a flotation machine that is something different from them seeing a building, seeing something tangible, seeing something that makes them understand that this is real humans we are talking about. So it's, in a way, my point here is a plea that we should try to, yes, to safeguard the sites, but that to safeguard them also by doing excavation, if they let us. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Roger?
Thank you, Tobias. And just to pick up on that last point that Barbara made, absolutely, I completely agree with that. And, you know, Sheikhiyabad is actually in a ploughed field. And for a few years, we were able to pay the farmer not to plough it, but that stopped a few years ago. And yeah, what can you do? So yes, sites are rapidly disappearing, you know, as we speak, pretty much. But I wanted just to make a comment under your heading. They're wonderful points, Toby and Hojat. You know, you've really encapsulated some key issues there. Under your heading of research collaboration, a point I'd like to make. I mean, the first 2 points, actually. The first one is, you know, the amazing contributions by Iranian archaeologists is really so, you know, so noticeable throughout this conference. And I'm always astonished at just, you know, how much work and how much great work Iranian archaeologists do. And they all, you know, so many young archaeologists too. It's just so encouraging for the discipline to see that. And, you know, I can't think of another country in the world actually where you have such a vibrant, dynamic, academically strong community. And the second point I wanted to make was to think about Iraq. And, you know, when Braidwood talked about the Hilly Flanks, he went first to Iraq. And he worked, as we know, at Jarmo and those other sites that we heard about earlier in the week in particular. And then went to Iran when after the revolution in Iraq made that too difficult. You know, and conversely, it's noticeable, you know, the relative lack of Iraqi academic input. Not, you know, there's not a criticism of the conference at all. It's more a broader point about the fact that Iraq and Iraqi academia generally really needs our help in so many ways, all, you know, across all disciplines actually. And when you look at university rankings right now, the Times Higher university rankings for Asia came out a couple of weeks ago. There are lots of really strong Iranian universities in there. Iraqi universities have plummeted down those lists over the past 20, 30 years. And I do feel, you know, without making political points, you know, it is our obligation to help out. And, you know, that's something I'm very passionate about and very happy to help anyone if they are, you know, willing to help out in concrete ways. I've got suggestions to make in my role as president of Rashid International and other roles that I have. You know, we really engage a lot with Iraqi partners, as do many others, of course, including many people here. But I would really like to put a plea in for foregrounding Iraq as an area of major concern in this context and in much broader context too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. It's a really important point as well there. Yeah, I put myself on the list briefly. Just wanted to thank Melinda for bringing up the museum collections. I think that's really important. And just to add another little bit on top of that is also the archives, you know, of the original excavations. We've seen that the work that Julian and his group's been doing in Montreal's been really instructive and important. And it's sort of a bit of we were on parallel tracks, you know, not knowing much about each other when we started, Hodge and I started working at Ganjdare, and Julian and his group were starting to work on the archives. Would have been great if we encountered each other before, and we could have, you know, maybe worked to, you know, plan the work in a different way, been more targeted. Now, luckily, we're collaborating together on a few things. I just wanted to also flag up that, you know, when we talk about past excavations, current excavations, future excavations, methods of site preservation also, or conservation of sites really matter, right? When one of the reasons we did decide to go to Ganjdare was that the site was deteriorating rapidly. There was looting, sections were undermined by I mean, not just holes, but tunnels. And we realized that in 10 years, maybe the site would not be there anymore. And what we did at the end of the season was to actually backfill all the excavated areas with clean material. And we chose a material that would be more easy to remove if that needs would come up. So not just any kind of soil or sediment we could find or sand, but actually some sort of more granular material from a nearby quarry that could be easily taken out again if the need arose. So I think those are also an issue to bear in mind. And don't want to talk too long, but I just want to also echo Roger's comment about our Iranian colleagues who've been doing so much amazing work and really top-notch work as well. And I think what's important here to bear in mind is that a lot of the excavations are taking place within this context of I suppose rescue archaeology in advance of dam constructions and so forth, and there's might be funds available to do excavations, but not funds for all the post-excavation analyses, and that's another really important issue to bear in mind. Hassan, you next.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to thank again for the organizer of this conference, because it was a great opportunity, as Roger suggested, for younger generation of Iran now. They fully participate nationally and international collaboration. For example, Tobias and Hojjat, and Marjan Mashkur with Hussein Dawoodi, and also Roger worked with Wali Sina University. So I want to say, okay, we need more information beyond the Zagros, primacy, because most of talk of this, the last 4 days back to the Zagros area and the other parts of Iran wasn't really considered. So my idea is that if we have more international collaboration, for example, Central Plateau, I know I'm not working in the Central Plateau, for sites such as Sialks and Tapish Arbone, and some other Neolithic site needs more horizontal excavation to have secure data about the architecture, about the economy and ritual activity, religion, and many aspects. We don't have such information. And also, I should mention, we need more collaboration with the Iranian University, not on archaeological perspective. For example, a good example is now Department of Faculty of Geography, University of Tehran, Professor Azizi, and his collaboration work with Roger Matthews on the Hashilan Lake indicate how it is useful to link some other centers and geologists and climatologists from Iran to work with European and other scholars from the other parts of the world. Another issue is that we need more paleoclimate information. Unfortunately, for example, most of caves in the Alborz mountain, and today people go to the inside the cave and they destroy a stalagmite, for example. Therefore, we have a salvage paleoclimate studies and stalagmite studies in such a caves. We have beautiful, beautiful caves, and we have a number of good evidence before we miss it in near future. And also we have number of lakes in the Alborz mountain, and they are important as same as the Zagros mountain to cover our information, because globally and regionally and locally, the variation of climatic change and in the interaction between Iranian society during the past was very variable, and we cannot only focus on the Alborz polyclimatic studies and cover the most part of Iran. So I hope in near future we can bring more scholars from overseas and to work with our young generation. And again, thanks for the organizer of this conference. It was a good class for me to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Marjan?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment on different people's comments. First of all, thank you, Barbara, for having raised the question of Ghazanchi, which is, I think, one of the extreme cases of damage to the sites. Half of the site practically has disappeared, and so along the years you have seen in maybe 30-40 years the site is really now extremely damaged. So this is of course a very important point, and for going for excavations, and the importance of still doing excavations. So that was one of the points, and the other point was just to react on what you said, Tobias. Thank you very much for your encouragements and your praising the Iranian community, scientific community. It is true that I mean, I have myself the experience of having lived 3 years in Abu Dhabi, and I have seen the differences really. I'm not talking from a nationalistic point of view at all, but it's just an observation that Iran is a country that has a lot of potentials, and I myself have been very much involved during this last 20 years in helping in the education, and I know what I'm talking about and how difficult it is really to make to raise local education of specialties in particular. I mean, difficult fields like archaeology, archaeobotany, which are really missing. And I would really say that although I haven't trained only as Dr. Fazeli said, Hossein Dawoodi, but there is a whole team of archaeology now in Iran. We have a lab of archaeology, so I'm very proud of that, and I hope we will have more collaborations with everybody here and else also. So it is very difficult still in this period of time that political and also social problems. So, but in any case, I would like to thank you again to have raised the fact that Iran has a real potential, and I hope that all these people that we have trained will have positions which is extremely important in Iran, and they are supported by other Iranian colleagues who are in Iran. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very important, yeah. Frank Hole, please.
Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about research strategies. We've heard a little bit about the fact that there's uneven coverage across the Hilly Flanks. That's obvious, and Iraq is a deficiency, of course. There's an extraordinary group of young Iranian archaeologists who are working. But what we find is that each person is working on his own project, finding a site, excavating it, and we have a bunch of pinholes in a big blanket, and we can't see the whole picture very well. What I think would be useful is for scholars who are actively engaged in field work and theoretical issues for that matter, to convene and think what are the most important questions that we want to answer, and then how can we do it? In other words, to develop a program which may guide people, despite their individual interests in particular things, but may guide people into an overall better appreciation of what the problems are and how to solve them. So I think a session of thinking, developing a kind of overview of what needs to be done and what are realistic possibilities of doing it, and what kinds of collaboration can we develop to ensure that it gets carried out. And that would be things like Mindy talked about with the museum collections, but also and more particularly with the people who are doing various kinds of technical analyses and bring together a coalition of people who can work on important problems.
Thank you, Frank. That's a really, really important observation there. And actually, we didn't plan this, but it kind of leads on to the next part of the discussion. But before we get there, I'll pass the word to Melinda. You're muted, Melinda, sorry.
I wanted to endorse what Frank said and maybe make a somewhat puckish suggestion that the organizers might take that responsibility on in part and as some sort of an overview of the published volume to come. You'll have this wonderful collection of papers, this discussion, and it would seem that in this publication, but also maybe something that might be more widely available in a journal to really summarize what these are and to make the call for this kind of collective work, because I couldn't agree more with Frank that this is necessary.
Thank you. Hodja?
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to emphasize as a sort of problem that we are facing in terms of doing archaeology generally. So as you all know, we have a lot of very good experienced archaeologists in Iran. They understand the site formation, they can excavate, document very well. But the problem is with post-fieldwork analysis. We are suffering from this, and I would appreciate all of my colleagues who are outside of Iran, if we want to continue actually a mutual long collaboration, so we need to have in the future, so different and as large as a student, young scholar that are get trained in archaeological sciences. So I would appreciate your help with this in terms of paleoclimatology, in terms of micromorphology, ancient DNA, and so on. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Hajat. Picking up on the point that Frank raised, I've sort of thrown together a few points or notes on some of these research questions, I suppose. I think what we've learned or seen is that we do have evidence for extensive plant gathering during the Epipaleolithic in the Eastern Fertile Crescent, and these are distinct and diverse plant assemblages, it seems, that reflect a sort of broad spectrum economies with harvesting, cultivating starting, in the 9th millennium BC, perhaps earlier, something to be thought about, discussed, and further investigated for sure. But what's clear is that the Zagros is definitely on a different kind of trajectory from Anatolia and the land from the Epipaleolithic onwards, and that raises a number of interesting questions. In the Zagros, we have in the Sarsian smaller, more ephemeral sites. We have no structures, no architecture, few or no burials, few sickle blades or gloss blades, few groundstone tools, and perhaps what seems to be a slower rate of change in material culture. We've seen that from the microliths and so forth. Although, of course, a lot of that still has to come into better focus. But some of the slow rate of change may be related to lower population densities, and there may be, as some of the speakers have mentioned, no strong evidence for resource stress. Whereas, of course, in the Levant, we have a sort of very different signature, which substantial dense sites with buildings, brownstone tools, sickles, and burials, and so forth, that suggest early sedentism prior to plant cultivation, at least in some of the models that we have. So demographic pressure, climatic deterioration, the climatic effects, or the effects on the environment of the climate change seem to be different, and resource stress are not so clearly focused or evident in the Zagros, which implies simply that a lot of these models for the epipaleolithic Neolithic transition that have been developed on the basis of data from the Levant don't seem to work in the Zagros. And I think if we want to treat the Zagros as an area, as many of the co-authors or the presenters have pointed out, as an area that's coeval with the rest of Western or Southwestern Asia, then we really need to rethink some of the applicability of some of these models. We also spoke a little bit about similarities and differences between East, West, and North. We have clear differences, as we saw very nicely in Stefan Kozlowski's talk about the differences in the lithic technology and typology. We also know a little bit more now about the biological population history of these early Neolithic communities that seem to be genetically distinct. We know that plants were exploited in different ways, and that animal herding is early on in the Zagros, which is a different kind of development than elsewhere. Nevertheless, there are maybe some similarities in the process overall, of course, in the developments. We also now have some evidence for this importance of community, perhaps communal constructions, such as the site at what we have at Asia. And then I noted down here the uptake of distinct technologies that seem to suggest some kind of process of spread. We talked about Anatolia, the Levant, and the Naviform blade technology versus the pressure flake bladelet cores that are spreading, this technology spreading during the 9th millennium or so and afterwards. So there are some interesting similarities and differences. So this didn't all fit on one slide, so we're moving on to the next one. Although what you're seeing is slower than what I'm seeing. Why is it so slow? Okay, here we go. We also talked about the spread of domestic plants and animals, or the question of this slow uptake on the farming frontier, if we like, and why that might be. And also some of you spoke about the recombination, perhaps, if I can call it that, of resources in new constellations in different areas beyond the Zagros towards the south and the east, where also maybe certain different cultural influences are mixed and reassembled in new and different ways. We also asked ourselves what occurred at the end of the Aceramic Neolithic. I think the point that Roger brought up earlier on in the discussion. What happens to these larger Aceramic Neolithic sites? Is there a break? What occurs and why does it change? And we briefly talked about that this is perhaps even a wider pattern, a kind of breakdown of the social system. That certainly we see it at some of the sites in the southern Levant, where this late PPNB collapses, and the pottery Neolithic is more dispersed across the landscape. And might this be related again to certain climatic events, such as the 9.2 or the 8.2 event? And again, some of you, particularly Wendy, but also others, talked about the impact, really, that we need to think about of these early agricultural and farming economies in terms of environment, in terms of this population history, in terms of health, and in terms of the social implications that this has had. And one issue we brought up briefly there was the question of specializations or not, or skill levels anyway. Yes, so I'll just leave that there. These are just some of the points that occurred to me and Hojat from all these discussions. So I'll open the floor again now if any of you want to come in on that or comment on any of these points or bring up new points that we haven't brought up. Roger, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are all great points, Toby and Hojat. Just on the first one at the top there, slow uptake on the farming frontier. You know, it's such a feature of the Neolithic, and not only in the Hilly Flanks. You know, if you look at the Neolithic in Turkey, there's a wonderful paper written 10, 15 years ago by Ulf Schoup called something like The Late Escape of the Neolithic from the Konya Plain, where, you know, you look at the Konya Plain, and for 1,500 years or so, there are people with, you know, significantly advanced agriculture, herding animals, etc., perhaps still doing a fair amount of hunting, but they're settled farmers, essentially, and herders. They're doing it for 1,500 years while no one else around them, except for maybe a little bit in the Lake District, is joining in. So, you know, what on earth is going on? What are all those communities around them doing? Are they eschewing farming quite deliberately, actually, because they can see, you know, it's really hard work, and they look at Çatalhöyük and think, you know, those poor folks holed up in those tiny little dark rooms. They're trying to compensate for it by putting all the wild stuff on their walls. But, you know, we're the real hunters. We're really doing it, and we're going to stay that way. You know, obviously we have extremely little evidence for that theory, because it's so hard to find those people at all. You know, we did 5 years survey in northern Turkey, just no Neolithic sites whatsoever. No one has really found a convincing Neolithic site sort of north of Ankara, unless I'm out of date on that. And these are really striking patterns. And when you look eastwards too, as we've seen through the week, you know, it's very episodic, the uptake of farming. And I think that is in as much in need of explanation as, you know, the earlier stages, which I think, you know, through the amazing work that Mindy, Dorian, Eleni, and so many others are doing, I think we really are getting a handle on what is happening in those early millennia, let's say, of the Holocene. But we have much less of a handle on what happens in, you know, the following millennia, I would say. So I'd be really interested to hear people's thoughts on that.
Thank you. Oh, Wendy, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just thinking on the top of my on my feet here, but just in response to Roger's comment, I think Eleni and Amaya and others and Simona Reel have highlighted how, you know, we have been focusing on cereals in the domestic package, and in thinking about impact, we also need to consider things like nutrition and the value of other foods. In some ways, we are using a retrospective view perhaps on these processes. So I just wanted to highlight that and need to reconsider that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's another really important point. Melinda, please. You need to unmute.
You'd think after a week I'd remember this. Just to build on what Roger was saying, that there are many other parallels for this kind of patchiness of the uptake of domesticates elsewhere in the world. I mean, even with the sort of march of the linear cape ceramic across Europe, there are areas usually, and this is referring to something that Mehmet was talking about on the first day, usually where they were very settled and well-established complex hunter and gatherers, there's a resistance. They do not take this up. I mean, the great example is up in Northern Europe when you've got all these farmers and you've got the Erdebolt people that are you know, in your area that are simply saying, well, thanks, but no thanks. And you see that also in the Iberian Peninsula, and you see a very patchy uptake in North Africa. So there are lots of models for this. I think we tend to have this sort of dominant paradigm that once agriculture is developed, it sort of diffuses and spreads and takes over everything. But I think what's maybe more interesting is looking at those interstices that are maybe a little broader than just little interstices, but the areas where it's resisted or taken up very selectively. And I think now we're seeing wonderful examples of that in our region as well.
Thank you for bringing up the Erte, brother. That warms our heart up here. Yes. Barbara, I think you unmuted yourself.
Yeah, if I may, I didn't manage to get up the hand in time. I think what you present here is very nice and is in a way directly a response to Frank's suggestion to draw up a gap chart 2.0.
Completely.
So, I think there's a lot of topics here on the table that require investigation. And as Mindisita just said, if we look at the surrounding areas that have seen a more intensive research, in particular Turkey, so much has happened there over the last 20 years that now we begin to get a much more differentiated picture of the mosaic of events. So it's not a one model fits all thing here indeed, but there are different areas that react differently. So there's a question of choice in it, and it's different from region to region. And whatever is spreading or not, of course, goes two ways. I think we also should strictly move away from exchange that only goes one way. So I think we can learn a lot from looking at the neighborhood. And then there was something else I wanted to say that will come back later. Sorry, it's just slipped my mind.
Sure. Thank you, Barbara. Eleni?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I think just to pick up from where Mindy left off with the hunter-gatherer or forager or sort of resistance model, this is exactly what we see in Central Anatolia, if I may bring in the perspective. And I speak now on behalf of the work that Douglas and I have been doing and many others at sites earlier. I guess they would fall into this early sort of middle PNB in terms of chronological horizon, okay? At sites like Bornçuklu and Pınarbaşı, whereby we now know that people were fully aware of the existence and use of domesticates in other parts of the region, but there was very, very limited uptake, okay? So that could fit with a model of sort of resistance. And then at the end of this period, the very end of the 8th millennium BC, you have sites like Çatalhöyük that has clear links, cultural links to these antecedents in the Konya Plain, whereby the sort of agricultural package, although I don't like this term, but the sort of agricultural package is present from the very beginning. So this is one trajectory. Then you have over in Cappadocia at sites like Aşıklıhöyük, evidence for a more gradual, slow build up, okay, within the same community of a transition, again, a different model, a transition from the intensive management of wild resources towards the development of more agricultural lifestyles. So we can envision different models and diversity. As we see in Central Anatolia, for example, there is clear diversity of lifeways and trajectories. And I suspect with a vast region like the Eastern Fertile Crescent, the Zagros and adjacent areas, what we are likely to find is even greater diversity of pathways to agriculture. So we should stay open-minded in this regard. The second point I would like to make, and perhaps keeping this particular slide on, Toby, rather than your previous one as well, perhaps over-focuses our attention. I would like to go back to the one of the points you made in your previous slide. Yes, not that. Yes, there we are. The different trajectories to Anatolia and the Levant from the Epipaleolithic. Let's not forget that in the northernmost and westernmost part of the Eastern Fertile Crescent, that is Eastern Anatolia, the Upper Tigris Basin, we are still looking for evidence. It is not there for the earlier part of the Epipaleolithic. So far, the earliest evidence we have dates from the Younger Dryas, okay, but not earlier periods. So there is still a gap there. And I would say that this gap extends all the way to Southeast Anatolia. In the Urfa region, we are still looking for Epipaleolithic sites earlier than the terminal Pleistocene, okay? So this has been, as I think I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, one of the research questions Frank sent to Frank and his earlier comment that remains open. Yeah, there are lots of other points I could raise now, but I wouldn't like to monopolize the discussion other than saying, coming back to Frank's major point about the need for more thematic thinking, for devising inclusive research strategies that address issues of broader scale. I would like to mention here, and that's not meant to simply heap praise on Toby et al. For running this conference, but I would like to express my thanks to Tobias and team for holding this conference. I think the first step towards devising such strategies is bringing people together to speak, making everybody aware of our research results in our individual projects. And I have to say I'm enormously thankful to this initiative. Finally, there will be, especially with the forthcoming publication project, which I hope will be published as an open access volume to begin with, there will be the next major point of reference after the original Hilly Flanks and Brightwood's et al. Publications of over almost 70 years ago, 50 to 70 years ago. So we will have a major point of reference. The Zagros and the Eastern Fertile Crescent have been for too long outside the main debates of Near Eastern and Southwest Asian developments, and this is a fantastic step to the right direction. So thanks, Toby, thanks for that, thanks everyone for making this possible.
Thank you, Eleni, for your kind words. Certainly, when we thought about organizing this conference, there's always been this, concern or realization that whenever we have actually, meetings where we talk about the neolithization in Southwest Asia, and of course I work also in Jordan, so I'm also linked into those kind of networks, very often there is this regional disruption, right? Conferences where we have colleagues working in the Levant show up, we have fewer people working in Anatolia or Turkey generally showing up, and then by the same token, people working in Iraq and Iran often don't have the opportunity to come to conferences where a lot of the other scholars are present. So that's also been, and the frequency of conferences or meetings looking at the Eastern Fertile Crescent is far below that of meetings where we talk about other regions. So it would be nice to try and really have equity there between all these different areas. One other thing that I think might be also quite valuable in talking about or thinking about as we discuss sort of research strategies is the opportunities that present themselves increasingly by making data available open access and creating big databases. It's fascinating to see, you know, the pace of research has clearly accelerated, as I think Joe actually showed very nicely in some of these graphs of the number of sites published and the number of radiocarbon dates, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep an eye on all the publications or keep on top of everything. So, and the way to synthesize these increasing amounts of data is to draw on big data approaches and to try and build maybe, you know, databases that are open access, that share data, where everybody can contribute in an equal way. So, and I'm not just, I know that some of you guys working in archaeobotany or zooarchaeology or in the paleo-environmental earth sciences are much further ahead than the classic archaeological disciplines where people are, you know, still reluctant to share out their counts of lithic artifacts or pottery types and stratigraphy and so forth. So there's still a lot of, I mean, that's work to be done, I think, and that could actually contribute a great way in bringing the eastern part of the Fertile Crescent also into greater focus. I'm just looking around if there are more raised hands or comments. It's been a long week. Yes, Roger.
So a slightly flippant comment, but you know, Hassan and I have been working now for 10 years on our book on the archaeology of Iran from the Paleolithic to the Achaemenid Empire. And we keep thinking, okay, it's done. Let's get it off to the publisher. Now I've got 20 pages of notes, which we have to reincorporate into our at least Epi-Paleolithic and Neolithic sections, and probably more besides. So if I could ask people just to stop doing any fieldwork publishing for maybe 6 to 9 months. I know Barbara maybe have a similar advice too.
I have the same problem, yes.
There's always a second edition.
By the way, this will be a completely open access, free, you know, freely available book when it is out, which hopefully will be early in 2020. Little plug, that's it.
Yes, work never stops, it seems. Well, since many of you are talking about the publication, it's of course something we want to do, and we both agree that it's you know, definitely should be open access. We know that a lot of colleagues in Iran or in Iraq or in Turkey would otherwise not be able to access maybe all this information. So that's definitely one of our key goals of doing that. Frank?
One thing I'd like to mention is that ethnographic research is still valuable. And I know we have, particularly in Iran, the young scholars are fanning out across the country, and they're doing marvelous work in survey and filling in lots of blanks. And that's perhaps the last opportunity that most people will have to actually interview people who have knowledge of local circumstances and traditional ways. And, you know, we think about Füsun Ertag's work in Turkey, extraordinarily important, but it's one village, one site, one part of Anatolia. But the same kind of things are going on throughout the Zagros. Minu talking about her ceramic production, for example, in Kurdistan, is an example of the kind of information that still can be elicited. But I think, I spent a day one time with Ardashir Javan Mard walking through the hills of the Piedmont and pointing out to me all of the plants that they used. He grew up in a community where he was a pastoralist, and and the traditional knowledge that the people had there were quite extraordinary. I mean, everything, it seemed that was green, had some use. And I think it would be extremely important if we could get more of that kind of information. And maybe part of the collaboration we need, apart from people who do DNA and phytoliths and so on, are those who know botany well and who can actually elicit information from the few people who are still around. This has been an extraordinary set of meetings, and I've really enjoyed it. I certainly appreciate the fact that we were able to get together, if only virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Wendy?
Thank you. I wanted very much to follow on from the comment made by Frank about the importance of ethnoarchaeology, and also Hassan's about interacting with other disciplines. This was very much the way in which the original Hilly Flanks projects were designed, you know, and there was the work of Patty Jo Watson and Carol Kramer. And for the very reasons that Frank has said, with the sort of remarkable traditional knowledge that's there today that we need to record, I think it's really important. And I'd just like to thank the organisers very much and everyone here for what a special week this has been. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And, you know, it wouldn't have been such an extraordinary week without everyone's contributions. So, Melinda. You muted again, sorry. Third time lucky.
I know. Just to follow up on the praise of what you all have done, and I think that all of us were disappointed that we weren't able to come up and see the Northern Lights in the longest day of the year and to spend this time with you. But as my first real international Zoom conference, this has been extraordinary, and it has been a democratizing tool for pulling people together, that it doesn't depend on who has the money to go or to, so, you know, what I miss in the lunches and the dinners and the networking, I've gained so much more in hearing all this diversity of papers, and to have had the level of discussion that we've had as well. That's been, to me, absolutely remarkable. So, you know, as we're talking about trying to bring the Levant and Anatolia and the East together in this kind, and that we find that people don't attend the other conferences, this is a kind of a model that may well do that. So hats off to you guys for pulling this off. I know it was out of necessity. Thank you, COVID, maybe, for making it possible, because I think in the many ways it's a more successful conference than it might have been otherwise, although I would have had more fun in Copenhagen and not getting up at 3 a.m. to listen to talks.
Thank you. And I just, you know, should say really thanks to Camilla, who's sitting here, and to Asta and our remote e-assistant who's sitting at home, actually monitoring all this internet traffic and live streaming from there for all their work, without, you know, whom it would have not been possible to do this. It's been, we talked about this earlier today in the lunch break, actually, that, you know, it would have been wonderful to have you all here and host you and show you around and take the opportunity to go to the National Museum or even look at some material and so forth. But then we also thought, you know, organization-wise, we didn't have to print out lots of programs. We didn't have to make little bags with pens and name tags and things like that. So, you know, it's a give and take. It's got advantages and disadvantages. So, and this has definitely been, you know, for everyone, a great opportunity. So, and we're really super grateful for the time all of you have taken, also, you know, and in joining us and listening and contributing. We also were going to keep the recordings available for a little while at least. So, you know, they might be talks that were just a little bit too early or too late for you to catch. So you can catch up on those on the YouTube channel. Yeah, that's is that a new hand, Melinda, or is that still your old hand? Okay, then it's Roger.
Thanks, Tobias. I also wanted to, I mean, obviously echoing the thanks to everyone on the team, really amazing job, because you had to organize this conference 3 times, really, you know, once when we were going to be there, and then a second time we were going to be there, and then thirdly when we're all online. But I also wanted, you know, to think about 2 people who haven't been here, Peter Mortensen and Stefan Kozlovsky. And I know Stefan had surgery, as you mentioned yesterday. You know, it'd be really nice on behalf of the conference to send our really best greetings and heartfelt wishes to them both. We miss them both very much from this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely pass that on to Peter, who really wanted to be here but has been prevented by various things. So thank you for that, Roger. Yeah. Great. I guess that's a good point maybe to conclude our meeting. Really, once again, thank you so much for all your contributions, for all the speakers throughout the last 5 days. It's definitely been one hell of a conference. Really fantastic to hear about all this amazing work that's been going on. I've certainly learned a huge amount, and I'm really grateful to all of you once again for that. We will be in touch about publication plans in the coming week, and definitely be us open to your ideas as well on how to proceed with that. We'll develop some plans in the coming days, and we hope that you'll be able and willing to contribute to the publication. But in that sense, I thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you once again to our all of the ones that have assisted to us here in the organization, and the David Foundation, and RICT and ICAR, and colleagues at Rasi University, and the support we received from Copenhagen University as well for hosting this. So thank you. I hope to see many of you, all of you, in real life, as nice as virtual conferencing has been. At some point, the ICANA 2023 is going to be in Copenhagen, so maybe we'll see all of you or many of you there, we hope, or preferably earlier at some point somewhere around the globe. Take care, stay safe, and all our best wishes from Copenhagen. Thank you so much. We're waving in all directions. Thank you.
Feels like it would be a pity to ring off.